Hello, friends, and welcome to Talking with Famous People, the internet television show that's better than everything. Oh, sure, not every episode of it is so fantastic. Oh, sure, there's plenty of garbage in the mix. But all in all, at the end of the day, I am the host of Talking with Famous People, which is better than everything. Now, let me amend that. Talking with Famous People is definitely not better than one thing. It's not better than Mindy's Club. Mindy's Club is the greatest thing in history. It's also something that periodically attracts strangely retarded pushback from people. It's like, I get that you might not get it. You might not get it or whatever. You might not like it. But to actively dislike Mindy's Club, you'd have to be profoundly retarded or a hater. It's just too good. It's by far the best thing I ever do. Sure, I'm more correct than other people about stuff. No, we didn't buy that Indian. That was an aquarium decoration. We were at the pet store to buy more fish food, and I just figured might as well make a couple shorts. But the curse of being me in general is not it's not unique to me, but it's just the unfortunate reality of to put it simply, it's the unfortunate reality of being surrounded by idiots. I mean, the demographic is me, really. Jeffrey. It's like, what made me mad today? I was cruising along, feeling a little bit re-sick. Like, I kind of got a second wave of COVID hit me a bit last night. I could tell it's the same thing, because it leaves this weird taste in your mouth. But the thing that made me mad today was I was just looked at my email. I get emails from Foreign Policy Magazine, and the headline talked about Nancy Pelosi's position on Taiwan. It's just like, oh god, fucking ESTJs in power. What a fucking nightmare. They don't know anything. They don't understand anything. They're so wrong about everything. And, of course, people like me, who are, without any question, a billion times righter than everybody else, it's a curse, right? Because being smarter and righter than everybody means you constantly feel like you're being assaulted by idiocy from all sides. That's the curse. And people can't or won't listen, no matter how clearly you explicate things. It's like, I'm still mad about COVID and the ridiculousness of the fact that, I saw an ad the other day that it was like, basically, make sure you get your booster shots. And it sort of like acknowledged, without ever acknowledging anything, really, that lots of people who've gotten the vaccine have gotten sick, but it's important to remember that the booster shots will help prevent some of the worst impacts of COVID, including organ failure, You fucking scumbag liars, It's like, even if what you're saying is technically true, it's so blind to the frame that it's an appalling holocaust of atrocities wreaked upon the truth in general. And it's not like I wasn't clear about it to begin with. I was very clear to everybody. Nobody listened to me. Periodically, I have a re-up of anger about this reality in life. This is not just COVID, it's everything for decades. Well, I'm reading this book, Into the Wild, and it's like that guy who did that, he was just a dumb kid, He was just a dumb kid, a dumb libertarian kid. Jeffrey, you also are subject to the same curse that I am, because you're also an Entp, but even better than that, you're an Entp who spent a good chunk of the last several years dealing with me all the time. So you are primed to be the rightest person in history. Eventually, you're bound to. But what really chaps my hide, but it shouldn't really, I guess. I don't know. What really chaps my hide is when idiots leave idiotic comments on Mendy's Club videos. Like, WTF? Question mark? You fucking retards. It's the only thing I make where I'm truly elitist about it. Like, pearls before swine, right? Although, one would naturally say, oh, you mean your shorts aren't even good enough for the pigs to eat? It's a perfectly reasonable thing to say, but... Mendy's Club is a very... It's a testament to genius. My genius is not best manifest in being correct about typology. That's just hard work, really. Or not even hard work, but just consistent work over time. A lot of SI goes into being right about typology. SITI, it's like you got to line up a bunch of repetitive experiences with consistencies, and you get to the correct thing eventually. I had to pound through my own wrongnesses on multiple occasions to become right about it. It's not the product of any kind of genius. The genius in typology was in Jung, who understood the thing in totality before he could explain it, right? That's where the genius comes to. I mean, we have... The great thing about typology is it's so much more, the way I'm doing it, only the way I'm doing it, okay? It's so much more concrete and real and empirically validated than anything else in psychology. So to demand that it be even more so is a bit petulant, Well, that's not what the truth is for, Betting Tips 3000. The truth is primarily for preventing mistakes, okay? It's not for improving your life. It's not for bettering your relationships or anything. It's for preventing wrongnesses. So I noticed today on Google, the Windows lock screen talked about, employment opportunities for neurodivergent people. You've got half the world thinking they're autistic now. Why? Because people don't understand cognitive functions. See, the truth serves to prevent wrongnesses like that. Those people aren't neurodivergent. They're just FE polar, or maybe FE fourth. And you've got idiot psychiatrists and psychologists going, well, there's something wrong with you because you're not FE like me. Fucking tards. Even the very bright and respected psychiatrist that I hired to help Rachel, INTP, is retarded. You know, it's like he's like, oh well, I'm going to continue to throw out possible causes of your neuropathy, ignoring the fact that you need a singular actual diagnosis and answer to move forward intellectually, mentally, and spiritually, right? Even the smartest people around are complete fucking tards. It's like, there's not a medical doctor in the world that can do a better job than me, and I have no training or knowledge about it. How is that the case? How is that the case? It's the curse of being me. Truth is not meant to be instrumental. It precludes us from making wrong instrumentalities. How about stuff like ADHD that results in lower dopamine production? I mean, that's one way to phrase it, or people who are geniuses like to do speed is another way to phrase it. Geniuses like speed. How about that? What's less correct about that explanation? There's nothing less correct about it. Some geniuses like speed. It's like that genius mathematician. One of his fellow mathematicians who wasn't a genius said, I'm concerned that you're addicted to amphetamines. And he said, I'll prove to you I'm not by quitting for a month, which he did. And then the genius wrote back to the other mathematician, well, I proved you wrong. I'm not addicted to amphetamines. And collectively, we've set back the progress of mathematics by a month. You know? But that's definitionally what's going to happen if you're an outlier, right? If you're an outlier in sports, it's fine because the physicality of and reality of zero-sum sporting competitions make it such that none can dispute your primacy, you know? But when you're an outlier in terms of correctness, I mean, more than half the population don't even think there is such a thing as being correct. Everything's just opinions, you know? It's not the math that does the speed, Winston Swan. Am I an idealist? No, I wouldn't call myself an idealist. It might have been. I don't know what the name of the mathematician was. And that's the other thing. Genius is not madness. There's nothing remotely crazy about me. Not even remotely. What I'm saying is, genius is a behavior. It's not a status you possess, right? So, Mindy's Club is reflective of a genius at work because it's genius. The reason it's genius is because it's not too far ahead of the curve. But regardless, if it were further ahead of the curve, the person making it might be more likely to be afforded the status genius by others. But, you know, it's like, what does that matter at all? You know, the term is flung around willy-nilly. The point is, like, I understand why talking with famous people isn't more successful. I don't believe that everybody's wrong for not loving talking with famous people. I understand that if I wanted to be popular, I'd have to do things differently, you know? I get that for people who don't treat truth as an end in itself, it doesn't matter that I'm right about typology. After all, they're looking to feel better about themselves by embracing their fact that they're half INTJ, half INTP, mastermind genius person, even though they're an ESFP. That's the purpose for them, is to do that, right? So I understand why it is the case that I'll never be as popular as people who just hand out candy, right, at the door. But Mindy's Club, Alec T, is not just genius to me, and that's the beautiful thing about being a pure metaphysician. ENTPs, INFJs, ENFJs, INTPs, we recognize the legitimacy of things on a universal metric that persists beyond the particularist, reductionist quality of what you're saying there. It is not the case that the truths I speak are my truths. They are universal truths. They apply to everybody. And whether or not somebody chooses to employ that truth to prevent their own wrongness is another matter entirely, right? It doesn't have anything to do with the fact that it's correct. Art is just as objectively correct or incorrect as other things. It's just that we can't prove it, unlike typological matters or political matters. I can establish with no uncertainty at all what we ought to do with Taiwan, what we ought to do with this, what we ought to do with that, etc. What we ought to have done with COVID at the beginning. I established it with absolute clarity and complete convincing articulation of justifications what we should do, and nobody listened anyway, right? Why? Because they were stupid and scared. As per my song. Stupid and scared. Well, Alec T, the fact that there are particularist and universalist metrics by which we can adjudicate things means that we know something is universally true when it adheres to or upholds against the universalist metrics. Then how do you know you like cheese? Or don't like it? How do you know you like something? Why would you believe what you like is more clear and certain than what is true? There's no reason to. Except for the fact that you know from your own personal experience that you like or dislike something, right? Well, I mean, argumentational justification for political matters. You know, public policy matters need to be adjudicated against universalist metrics, meaning who wins the argument and what kind of justifications, the order of questions, other kind of significant intellectual things that most people don't understand. Now, Benjamin Aliri-Sayanez says something very smart here. Sometimes all you have to do is tell people the truth. They won't believe you. After that, they'll leave you alone. So what's the Universal Love Minis Club? Well, it's NI. I mean, you countervalue it, so I wouldn't expect you to respect that, but it is nevertheless the case. It's holistically so. You know, I can't explain to you why something that's hilarious is hilarious. If you don't understand that it's hilarious, you just don't understand that it's hilarious, and that's fine. But just because you don't understand why something's hilarious or that it's hilarious, I don't doubt, Alec T, that you wouldn't bother trying to shit on it and be a hater. You just ignore it, like any sane person, right? Well, that's unfortunately, he's already on the wrong path, right? Because there is no universally preferable behavior. There are only universally preferable claims. Behavior is where you segue away from the universal into the particular. Well, no, Alec T, it implies that there are holistic truths that can't be parsed. So even though neither of us can articulate exactly what makes a car move forward, in other words, what's the mechanism by which it occurs? If you say it's internal combustion, well, I mean, I can internally combust something and it doesn't make it move forward. It's a culmination of a lot of different factors into a single whole that works as a dynamic system, right? You cannot parse down and say, it doesn't work like if I take out the spark plugs, it'll go 99% as well, even because I've just removed 1% of the stuff. It won't work at all. That's holistic reality, okay? So the fact that things have the capacity to be holistically true is not a reason to disavow the holistic truth of them, obviously. You know what I mean? Yeah, Kant is super annoying because he's trying with as many words as possible to parse out something unparsable, right? That justice is preferable because it's just. That the categorical imperative is the categorical imperative because it's the only way of rendering into words an ethical reality that respects the fundamental equality of each human being. Just how it is, you know? There's nothing more to be said about that. Force of ground on wheels equals force of wheels on ground? Okay. The point is, in any articulation of things, every articulation of things, there are parts that move and parts that don't move. And there have to be in order to express anything. And the biggest problem that people have in terms of thinking poorly and understanding poorly. No, if you don't think that Mindy's Club is great, that's fine. I get that it's probably a little more ahead of the curve than I'm aware. You know, I am a particularist knower, so being me and being so far ahead of the curve consistently across time. See, that's the other thing. If you wanted to agree, if you wanted to doubt your own articulation of that, you'd say to yourself, well, does Eric have a long history of being way ahead of the curve? Yeah, decades of history of that. You know? So the thing is, the reason I know that Mindy's Club is genius is because while not every specific short is especially fantastic, many or most of them are, and regardless, the amount of creative generative power that goes into there is at a vastly higher level than anything else in the world. Like, it's not easy for most people to come up with 30 good jokes in a day, you know? But it's not difficult for me. And not all of them are whiz-bang winners, but a substantial number of them are. More so than you'd expect from any writer, right? If you hired somebody to write shit, you could not expect them to generate that much quantity of good material that quickly. It doesn't all have to be genius. It's just the stark reality that that my NI is very reliable when it comes to art, especially comedy and stuff, you know. I'm more detached and capable of comparing my own stuff against other stuff, and without any kind of hateriness either. It's like, I love good, funny things. I watch them all the time. I love hilarity. I'm not the only person in the world who can be hilarious, right? There's absolutely the case that you can find a lot of specific things that are as hilarious or more hilarious than any specific thing I'm talking about here of my own creation, right? So, it's nevertheless the case that we'll put it this way. You know how some people say, like, I am Germany, or Africa, or Chinese people? Well, that's just racist, because deep down in their hearts, everybody is America. So, Dark Sunshine, what you've forgotten is that deep down in your heart, you are America. You are America. And you should be very proud of that. No, Dark Sunshine, I'm moody and fussy as always. Did you expect anything else from me? If so, why? After all, you've got plenty of experience to know how I am by now. I am moody and fussy. And a lot of times, what motivates me to start streaming is that I'm feeling pissy about something. So why would you expect it to be any other way? Huh? Is it because you think you're Germany when deep down in your heart, actually you're America? Yeah, that's why. Okay? I had you in mind when I made that short. You're one of those crazy people who says, I am Germany. You're not Germany. You're America. So, look, we're in the aquarium store. They've got these ridiculous little Buddha statues to go in aquariums, right? With the long earlobes. So, naturally, Tiffany says, "Oh, Mother, why do these guys have such long earlobes?" And Mindy says, "It's because they're hipsters from 2006. Now, that's called genius, right? Genius. It's genius. It may not be extraordinarily hilarious, but it's the most clever thing you could say with those things. And that's what matters, right? You can't expect to make lobster soup out of pig entrails. But if you can make something even palatable out of pig entrails, then you're a pretty damn good cook, right? There's no disputing that. I'm not looking for recognition from you guys. You guys are already geniuses. You're here watching me. Humor is objectively good or bad. It's just not something we can prove objectively. Rachel's in bed because we both had a bit of a relapse of the COVIDs. I can tell it's the same thing because COVID, unlike other illnesses I've had, makes cigarettes taste like bleach. That's how I know it's COVID. It's the only sickness I've ever had that's had this impact on me. It makes cigarettes taste like bleach. And the thing is, I don't get my feelings, okay? I don't get my feelings. Why am I so pissy right now? I don't know. I wasn't pissy earlier. I saw one headline in Foreign Policy from Foreign Policy magazine in my email talking about Nancy Pelosi's position on Taiwan. And all of a sudden I went into a spin of being mad about stuff. Yeah, it's weird. It's a weird one, huh, Ruben? It has weird impacts on your sense of taste and smell and stuff. Well, I was saying to Rachel in the car, actually, that it does taste sterile. Like, okay, my lungs have been sterilized. That we should draw a firm line in the sand, firm military line in the sand, not permit this slow boil policy of China to continue, and to say we fully support a one China policy in which the PRC is ruled by Taiwan, and if you cross our line, we will go to war and blow the living fuck out of you. That's my position on Taiwan. That's the only sane position on Taiwan. If you are somebody who does not respect the fact that a paradigm of justice and freedom in a civil society is the core engine of prosperity of all human endeavor, that the future of humanity itself is contingent on preserving the primacy of that paradigm, then you are wrong, stupid, and should fuck off. It's very clear to me, but, Nancy Pelosi, she, I'm sure, was all up about the fucking COVID shit, too. Yeah, well, they're not afraid. It's a bunch of fucking pussy-ass compromisers. They're not afraid. They're just compromisers. They don't get the fact that you can't cut some babies in half because you kill them. You can't negotiate with terrorists. You can't be Neville Chamberlain, Sometimes you got to put your fucking foot down and say, you stay the fuck out of Taiwan or we will blow you off the fucking map. Yeah, Nancy Pelosi's not a lying liar. She's a retard. There's a big difference. That's the curse of being me. These people who are so wrong, they're not evil. They're not malignant. They're not ill-intentioned. They're just fucking retarded. So then what do? It's like I thought about going down to CVS today for my monthly shaming of CVS that happens. I may still make my way down there just for kicks. I was thinking about saying to Rachel, well, Rachel, I'm off to bully some people at CVS for fun, so you may not want to come along. It's not my most noble endeavor to go bully employees at CVS. But they're so fucked up. It's like I've had too many occasions in the past where they send me this text, we have to special order your medication, even though they know I'm going to get it every fucking month. So why don't they order it in advance? Well, sorry, we don't do it like that. And I go down there and shame the fuck out of them. And sure enough, I drive back home, and now a text arrives and say, oh, actually, we do have it. So what the fuck's going on there? Are you hiding it in the back until I complain enough for you to give it to me for some reason? No, it's constantly very shitty, Ruben R. That's what CVS stands for. Constantly very shitty. And people have suggested to me in the past, Eric, why don't you just go to Walgreens? Including employees at CVS. Have told me to go to Walgreens. No, you fuckers. I'm not going to let you get away with your shit. You keep doing your shit, and I'll keep coming down here and shoving it up your fucking ass. And making your fucking lives miserable. Because that's what you get for being so fucking shitty. It's like, if you're gonna pull that shit, well, again, Smith Wesson, I'm not somebody who likes to let constantly very shitty get away with being constantly very shitty. I've actually come to enjoy the fact that every month they fuck it up. Because I'm not in that much of a hurry to get my Adderall. But I do enjoy going and lambasting them for their idiocy and retardedness. It's kind of like, you know, shitting on the grave of Joseph Stalin. Something else made me mad last night. Like, do you know, I was shocked to learn this. And what about the risk they hit us back? They're in the wrong, Jeffrey. That's the point. They're in the wrong. All they need to do is win the argument. Do I think Adderall should be a controlled substance? Well, not by the federal government. The federal government has no jurisdiction over drugs. No legitimate jurisdiction. I mean, that's the thing, Jeffrey. The reason mutually assured destruction works is because nobody wants to escalate to nuclear. I don't want to solve the problem with this, Mom. Solvency's not my game, all right? I like to complain about things. Well, I mean, we all have to operate under that assumption. After all, since the end of World War II, every piece of evidence we have supports that conclusion. Well, I mean, at least if the states were trying to claim jurisdictional authority over substances, it wouldn't be overtly unconstitutional. No, I'm not an isolationist. I'm a pragmatist, ultimately. But the proper kind of pragmatist is one who understands where stark, uncrossable boundaries need to be drawn and enforced accordingly. Yeah, I'm feeling fighty. I'm feeling peowy. And I'm still waiting for that half a Klonopin I took to kick in. I might go take another half right now, you know? Because I don't like being in a pissy mood. I don't like it. But sometimes things in the world piss me off. Like that book I'm reading, Into the Wild. That fucking idiot kid's being idiotic. He was probably a smart guy. He was like a libertarian kid, you know? But what a fucking tard. There is nothing to be gained from trying to remove yourself from the processes of civil society. I mean, I've read it before. It's a good book. The writer's an excellent writer. He moves fast. It's like, it's entertaining, you know? I just get frustrated and fussy sometimes. You know, when Tiffany covers up Sasquatch with shaving cream and insists that all people who have good self-care are hairless all the way from the forehead to the ground, and then proceeds to attempt to shave all the hair off of Sasquatch against his wishes. That's a choice level of absurdity there. That's some choice ass absurdity. You got a 51-year-old man playing with dolls in a bathtub, okay, putting a bunch of shaving cream on Sasquatch, and having this idiot Tiffany compel her arbitrary vision of a hairless perfection onto Sasquatch, right? That's some prime absurdity. Look at me, right? This toothless old man who's in the bath playing with dolls with this tripod in the bathtub with me, making hilarious jokes about Sasquatch. If you don't appreciate that, you're just you just have there's no hope for you. There's absolutely no hope for you. I don't know what else to say. If you can't appreciate the glory of this guy playing with Tiffany and Sasquatch in the bath and making hilarious jokes about Tiffany's trying to shave all the hair off Sasquatch, then you are bad. You're a bad judge of everything. It's a litmus test for worthiness. If you do not appreciate that, you are not worthy. They want to be the ones inning. They don't like being lambasted with T.I. Piaos. Well, too fucking bad. Because here comes some more T.I. Piaos. Pow! 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 We do share common ancestors, Dark Sunshine. Before I became America, my ancestors were Germany. On both sides of my family, all the way back. My family names are Strauss, Schneider, and Brandstetter, all of which are German names. So I am very Germanic, and I feel I never perceived myself as being German at all until I watched this one German TV show, as I mentioned before, and I was like, oh my God, these are my people. I can tell. No, I don't speak any German. But it was weird watching that show. It's like, it felt as though German fit naturally into my brain and mouth in a way that I'd never perceived any other language like that before. It's like I could almost understand what they were saying even though I couldn't understand a word of it. I'd never even believed in anything like ethnicity or anything. But I'm definitely German. I'm definitely of Germanic descent, you know? Well, I mean, I think TI and TE is very prevalent among Germans. I think the German culture is very T. I mean, after all, Immanuel Kant is a German. And that's as TI as it gets, you know? But yeah, when Dark Sunshine shared with me one day that there's a German expression that the ends justify the means. It's like, hey. This is what happens when you don't parse things well. I'm no Kant fetishist. Don't get me wrong. Okay? That's just INTP excess. You don't need that many words to say that little bit of shit you're saying. I don't care Well, I am America, Ruben R. Okay? I am America. Yeah, Rachel's dad's an ENFP. He and I have had our uh, our conflicts, but we mutually respect each other. Yeah, Jeffrey, you are America, right? And that's the thing to remember. People like to say, "Oh, I'm Chinese" or "I'm Japanese" or whatever, but that's racist. Because deep down in their heart, everybody is America. Just remember that. We are all America. Generally, Germans aren't very funny, I agree with you. But, you know, that's why I'm not full blast German. You're a Kant fetishist? Okay. Oh, yeah. Explain in great detail to me, please, Emmanuel, the exceptions that occur when you've got groups of people forced to do a communal task by an authority figure and how that changes the dynamics of the categorical imperative in these slight marginal ways. Please, explain it further. No. Like I said to that lady last night, you don't want to be an NTP. Nobody should ever want to be an NTP. It's horrible. It's horrible. You're both right and useless. I spent plenty of times criticizing JP. He's retarded too, you know. That's how retarded people are in the world. Most of the smarter part of the people think Jordan Peterson is smart or even a genius, even though he's retarded. Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi needs to get my foot shoved up her ass so far that it comes out of her mouth, so when she talks, all we can hear is, oh! What are some of the wrongest things JP has said? Well, I mean, his recent tweet on transgenderism was insane. Insanely stupid. It was textbook 1996 era gay scare shit. You know, won't somebody please think of the children? Fuck you, Jordan Peterson. Won't you stop being retarded? Will somebody please stop you from being retarded? No, ex-NFPs have uses. I do think that Erica lady is probably an INFP, not an ISTJ like I originally typed her. The reason being, afterwards, as I was reflecting upon it, I could see how her FI was managing me carefully and wisely and concernedly. But, you know, INFPs aren't much more useful than INTPs. Somewhat more useful, because at least they know what they want pretty clearly. It's not just in service of what they deem correct, like it is in INTPs. Well, there's nothing wrong with them. They're the least wrong people on balance in the population. But what's the cost of not being wrong? It's not being able to affirm anything, right? You never get to affirm anything if you're never wrong. I like them too. I think they're great. But the cost of INTPs being the least wrong people, the least likely to affirm something incorrect, is that they can't do anything. That's just the price of genius, you know? Is 39 my favorite number? No, but this is one of my favorite shirts. It just It's not like I've been wearing it since the last live stream. It's been washed and I put it on again. It just looks like this because this is a shirt from a anime. It's from Blue Exorcist, and apparently the Japanese characters for thank you look like 39 or something like that. Scroll through JP quotes and found this. What do you think? Don't use language instrumentally. There's only one way to use language, you fucking tard. Instrumentally. There is no non-instrumental language use. There is no saying things without purposefully saying things. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. Thank you, Jeffrey. Language literally is an instrument of expression. Yeah, exactly. Jeffrey understands. He's smart. See, he's an Entp. He knows what he's talking about. And you'll notice Jeffrey and I both jumped in with the same answer immediately. At the same time. It's not like he was echoing me or me him. You affirm things that are adequately justified. And you negate things that aren't. I think, put it this way. I think he's an ENTP who in his media puts on an ESTJ suit. No, I haven't watched. I started it, but I didn't really like it that much. What's an example of not using language instrumentally? I mean, it's impossible to think of one, right? Because no matter what happens, somebody is expressing something for a reason. It's really the latter one, I think, Oliver Lineham, that's a bigger problem. ENTPs and INTPs alike, we have such a weak relationship with FI and SE that we need somebody else to recognize how and where we can be used to benefit things and be practically used. But in our current society, where the dumber you are, the smarter you think you are, until you get to the top, at which point you've got people who are genuinely super smart who have doubts about their own intelligence. Because they get the limits of intelligence, Intelligence can only take you so far. It's not adequate to be thinking smart. You've got to be intuitively smart, too. You've got to be intuitive. And then, if you're both those things, very intuitive and very parsing smart with TI, then you are very detached from the particular. So anyway, welcome to Eric's Complains a Lot party. I'm Eric. I'm the one who'll be doing the complaining today. Don't expect any sort of solvency for it either, okay? I am not looking for any solutions. I don't want you to solve the thing I'm complaining about. I'm here to complain. I'm here to complain, and complaining is what I'm going to do. If you're here, then you should realize it's because you like to hear me complain. Otherwise, go watch Mindy's Club. I don't complain in Mindy's Club. Mindy's Club is a source of endless delight for me. No, but that is a use of it. When I make jokes in the bathtub when I'm sitting there by myself, the instrumentality of it is to make myself laugh. Like, it's spelled with a K, astafasta, okay? Mindy's Lub with a K. Get it right. Or else you're going to be on my complaint list. And then what's going to happen to you? Who's the most famous person I've talked to? Um, Well, I haven't really talked to any really very famous people. I did interview Mikey Mike, who's not very famous but is more famous than me, one time after a show. The definition of non-instrumentality is for its own sake. But that's not the case. You ever use it for its own sake. Like, Rabbit, Banana Patch, Squirrel Haven. I just wanted to hear myself say those things. No, I'm making a point, right? When I'm making jokes to myself, it's because they make me laugh. Even if I'm not communicating to anybody else. I'm still communicating to myself. When I get angry at Boba Fett's constant stupid goddamn comments telling me to stream, I say, God damn that Boba Fett. It's instrumental to making me feel like my indignation has a voice. Frank James did leave a super chat here one time, and he might be the most famous person to interact with me, but I've never actually talked to the guy. I mean, when people write poetry, they are doing so for one of two reasons. I don't know who Kevin O'Leary is. Never heard of him. Like, if you get a teenage girl writing poetry about, you know, life is a dark pit of despair and blah, 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 blah. It's done to make her feel deep, you know? If a tree falls in the forest and there's nobody there, is there a sound? That is an example. No, Jeffrey, you got this one wrong. That's an example of contradictory premises. To say if a tree falls in a forest, it means if it has been observed that a tree falls in the forest, and then the second premise, and it is not observed by anybody that a tree falls in the forest, well, then any conclusion drawn from contradictory premises is always valid and never sound. No, Jeffrey. No. That's an example of contradictory premises, because it's not conceivable to imagine any reality that is unobserved. We can declare it such, but the fact that we know about it means it's been observed. I mean, not that we can, in no way, shape, or form that we can determine is that the case. So, it's anytime you say, scenario A, it has been observed. Okay? You have observed it by stating it. That's observation of it. Well, I mean, you might be able to conclude, after you see it in the morning, that if you were to provide a verbal explanation of why the tree fell down, that some explanations are better than others, but that's missing the point. Nevertheless, any conversation about the tree begins with observation. The point is that it's not possible for you to determine anything about it without observation. You can make good or bad arguments about it, but that is a process of observing. I mean, INTJs are definitely more balanced. ENTPs and INFJs are the least balanced types, and ISTJs and ESFPs on the other end are the least balanced types. ENTPs and INFJs have 3 metaphysical functions first, and then a physical function. So we're the most universalist of all the types. INTJs, in contrast, are universalist in their frame, but particularist in their operational value. So they're definitely more balanced. But what that means, you could say more balanced, or you could say less correct. you know. The thing is, we can always break down those kind of wordplay things into what's actually happening argumentationally. When somebody says, if a tree falls in the forest, what they mean is if it has been observed that a tree falls in the forest. And there is no other way to interpret that. So then if the next premise is, and it has not been observed that a tree falls in the forest, you have contradictory premises. Which means you have A and not A. Using the rule of inference simplification, that means you have A distinct and not A distinct. Then, using the rule of inference addition, you can add an or to either of those A's. So A or X. Then, using disjunctive syllogism, you can remove the A with the not A and be left with X. So any conclusion, whatever X is always valid and never sound. These things, this is not Eric making shit up, okay? This is, I taught conditional logic, I understand things. Look, it doesn't mean that ENTPs and INFJs are necessarily individually more correct than anybody else, okay? So, you might find an INFJ who's totally wrong about certain things. Like, Rachel likes to listen to some astrology thing about our compatibility, or like a tarot card pull about our compatibility, and then fret over negative things they say about us. To me, this is insane, because that person on YouTube pulling those tarot cards doesn't even know us. How could they possibly know anything about our compatibility? They don't even know anything about us. They don't even know we exist. Yes, today is Eric Complains Day. Right. Max Tolliver, today I am complaining. I am complaining about this, I'm complaining about that, and I'm complaining about the other things. Okay? Well, then how do you know it fell, Boba Fett? If there's nobody to inform you that it fell, and you didn't witness it fall, then how in the world do you know it fell? Because it used to be standing up yesterday? All you know is that it was standing, now it's on the ground. You concluded probably correctly that some falling occurred. It's a better argument than something else. But that's not the point of that question. The point of that question is to try to exploit a hidden contradictory premise to mislead people into thinking they're unobservable realities or unobserved realities. Well, if you saw it on the camera, then it's observed. No, Boba Fett, fish live forever. Yet another thing you've gotten wrong. Hi, y'all have a lesson on that. Now, y'all listen here, Boba Fett. That is my boyfriend, Fishman. And he'll tell you the truth.
Yeah. We don't actually die of natural causes. The only time fish die is when they're eaten by other fish or caught by fishermen.
It's true. You need to listen to Fishman. He's an expert because he, unlike you, Boba Fett, is a fish. So just accept it.
Yeah, 'cause, I don't like it when Tiffany gets mad. She's my first girlfriend. She's the only woman who ever wasn't too grossed out by me being a fish.
Oh, Perry. His name's really Perry, but you know how Tiffany seems to control the naming narrative for everybody. You're very bad, though. You know that actress, Miles of Pubis? You mean Mila Kunis? Yeah. Is she famous because her crotch is so enormous? Is that why she has miles of pubis? Yes, Tiffany, that is correct. Hey, look, you know what, Oliver? You gotta understand something. If you're standing next to me, it doesn't matter who you are, unless you're Mindy. You are a beta, because I'm Tiffany, alpha of all alphas. I don't know if you noticed, but yesterday I put some nail polish on my nails. Doesn't it look fantastic? Who dumbfounded me? How would we be like you in terms of competence and expertise? I don't know how you'd be like me in terms of competence and expertise. I'm only competent and expert on certain things, not everything. Space Between says, I forget though. I remember a video in which Shaw gave you insight in which dumbfounded you. You don't want to use in which there, right? Just that would be fine, Space Between. Have you worked out a book to summarize and make money off of it? Okay, well, people say retarded things to me that dumbfound me all the time. That doesn't mean that they've scored a point or something. It means, once again, I've been shocked by just how stupid people can be. How did we be like you in terms of confidence and expertise? I don't know. Be extremely competent and expert at something. It follows naturally, you know? The thing is, I'm not talking about shit that I don't know about, that I'm not right about. I'm not telling you how to handle your relationships, you know? I don't know. What should I do with my girlfriend? I don't fucking know. You're asking the wrong guy. Well, it's either Jeff Shaw, Karma's Pimp, or potentially the Shah of Iran. The Shah of Iran did confound me on a couple of occasions, but that was because I was like 6 years old at the time. How to tell if somebody's ENTP and ENTJ. The ENTJ is getting panicked and trying to distance themselves from the ENTP as quickly as possible. ENTJs either are smart and good ENTJs, in which case they're using the ENTP for something specific and then tossing them aside. Or they're retards who are trying to be right with an ENTP. In which case, they're doomed, right? Smart ENTJs don't get into arguments with ENTPs. They exploit them for what some particular expertise the ENTP has to offer, and then utilize that for their own purposes. That's what smart ENTJs do. Dumb ENTJs think that they're pundits like ENTPs are. They're not, and I will whip their ass every fucking time. I will bury them in half a fucking heartbeat. They've got no qualifications to stand with me in that domain. None whatsoever. That's the curse of being an ENTP, right? I'm right, but the only thing that gets me is that smart people can use me. And the world's full of idiots, so I rarely get used properly. You know who's one of the smartest people I've ever met who's not very smart? Is Jeffrey's mom. Because even though she never listens to me, she keeps asking me my opinion. She just cannot escape the fact that I'm the rightest person, and she's never going to listen to me. But what makes her so smart is that even though any regular person would have long ago fired me for being such an asshole, she knows, hey, Eric's useful. What do I think about Joyce Meng's channel? I don't. Why would I? I also don't think about how somebody cleans up poop in the park. Those things aren't matters for me to concern myself with. Entjs gather in circles and synchronously jack off to Elon Musk's dick rockets. Yeah. Anybody who thinks Entjs are smart, remember, Elon Musk shot a car into outer space. There aren't even any roads in outer space. Just think about it for a second. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm sure Ask to Fasta they are. I haven't ever watched her shit. Of course she hasn't had me over. None of those people have me over. The only person who's been brave enough to engage me at all is Ghost of Jung, and it kind of blew up in his face. I'm pretty sure Elon Musk is an ENTJ. Who else would shoot a car into outer space? It's like ENTJs shoot cars into outer space. ESTJs nuke islands to gather data about what happens when you nuke an island. They're both idiots. Well, kinda. I mean, it's not like anybody watching our exchange would conclude that he knows more than I do about anything we're talking about, or is more correct than I am about anything we're talking about. Anybody who is at all qualified to evaluate such matters, anyway. So I like Eric and don't jack off to Elon Musk's rocket. Is it possible I can still be an ENTJ? Yes, it is, Andre. It is possible. Because at the end of the day, we are all subject to our particularist elements as well. Not every ENTP is going to agree on everything or be right. It's tricky being right. You've got to have both the function stack for it and the SI for it if you're an ENTP, and it's hard. I already answered that question. Asta Fasta. Although Ruben R's answer is a lot better. See, this is NI, right? I'm not attached to having the most clever comment about everything. Ruben R won that battle hands down. My NI is reliable in that regard, right? The correct answer is it blew up in his face because he used to just be Jung before he talked to me. Now that's clever. That's good cleverness right there. I said it blew up in his face because anybody who watched us in our exchange, any of our exchanges, or be they in person with each other or via the chat here, would have to acknowledge that I just threw him around the room. That he had that no sane person could conclude that guy is a more reliable source on any of the information we talked about than me. That's how it blew up in his face. It blew up in his face because he sent me an email saying, "Hey, congratulations, I mentioned you in my book." I sent him back an email saying, "You don't even have any business writing a book, you tard," or something equivalent. And, it's like maybe he didn't deserve that since he's the only one brave enough to engage with me. But if you're going to engage with me and say stupid ass shit, then that's what you're going to get. Because I'm prickly, I'm not somebody who enjoys schmoozing around and fucking around, I'm prickly. I'm prickly, blickly. Well, I emailed him something equivalent, too. It was more snotty. It was more like, "Oh boy, did I get mentioned in the back of your book?" See, I perceived it as him trying to get me to buy his book in this, ham-fisted way. But I probably misinterpreted that. I think he probably wasn't just trying to get me to buy his book. Yeah, well, okay. I don't remember that conversation, but I do agree that. Oh, yeah, I remember the conversation with DSP. You're right that Benjamin was the moderator for that. I think of that as more as a conversation with DSP than with Benjamin. But, and of course, I was gentle with DSP, and I still kick his ass in no uncertain terms. I've written books before. Yeah, I wrote The Orderly World of Grammar. That's the best grammar textbook you can get because it teaches by the best methodology you can teach grammar, which is sentence diagramming. Note, I didn't come up with this method of teaching grammar. I had nothing to do with coming up with the method of teaching grammar. It was taught to me by Mr. Samuelson, a mentor teacher who learned it from like the turn of the century, from 100 years ago, right? That's where sentence diagram came from. So it's not like I came up with any of the stuff in it, but I did compile it into the best grammar book. I also wrote a novel called 5 points for Jeremiah. 5 points for Jeremiah. I mentioned you in my new book, World's Most Charismatic Assholes. No, Benjamin's not a dick. I have no problem with Benjamin. He's just confused. Like I was saying earlier. It is not the case that any of these horribly wrong people are malignant, ill-intentioned, or whatever. They're doing the best they can. They're just dumb. So then that leaves me in this horrible position of I've got two choices. I can slog through their dumbness with the care and FE precision of an INFJ, and then just suffer in my overarching knowledge of how fucked up everything is and nothing can be fixed. Or I can bully them. Those are my choices. Isn't that horrible? That's horrible. I don't like either of those choices. They're sitting upon the typology throne. It's not just at the top a pile of horribly mistaken corpses. It's made out of horribly mistaken corpses. It's like the throne of Overlord. Have any of you guys watched Overlord? I think she might be an INFJ. But the problem is INFJs are not fit really to do typology interviews because INFJs aren't going to say to their guest, "You're not a fucking meow." And if you're doing typology interviews and you're interviewing people who aren't their type they say they are, then you kind of need to say, "You're not a fucking meow." So I love INFJs. They're great. But they're hamstrung by knowing too clearly on the broadest frame that, well, it's like I said in a live stream a while back, when I was tripping on mushrooms, I had this sort of like NI clarity that maybe the only good thing I can ever even do is make a catchy song. It's the best I can do. Because everything else is just going to stick in the wrong people's craw and make them hate me. Or coddle them into thinking they're not wrong. Neither of which is acceptable. Yeah, she has very little to say generally because everything she knows causes FE problems. So she just keeps her mouth shut. That's the INFJ way, right? They understand very, very clearly a lot of shit. And they don't explain very much because it runs afoul of somebody's bullshit, It's always going to run afoul of someone's bullshit. Well, thanks, Ruben. You are a much honored general in my army. Okay, let it be here stated. I would say I have this envy of ENFJs. I think of the four metaphysician types: ENFJ, INFJ, INTP, ENTP. ENFJs are the least burdened by it. Like, Ruben probably doesn't spend a lot of his time being mad about things he can't change. Whereas I spend a fair amount of my time being mad about things I can't change. So, in that regard, I'm jealous of ENFJs. They have clarity about universals, they've got good relationships with people they talk to, and they're not conflicted so much as INFJs or ENTPs. And they can do shit. They do a lot of shit compared to INTPs or ENTPs or INFJs because they're third slot SE, you know? I want people to come back or at least enjoy the positive feelings on a stream. Well, sometimes my streams are very positive and friendly and happy. It depends entirely on my mood. I am like a baby when it comes to my emotions. I am very much at the subject of my emotions at the moment, and that's what you get, you know? Note, being at the mercy of my emotions does not mean that the correctness of what I'm saying changes. Whether I'm super pissy or super happy, the correctness of what I'm saying is the same. It's just whether I'm saying it in ways that are palatable to people or not. It's not palatable to people to tell them to go fuck off and stop being so retarded. You know, people don't want to be told that. People don't want to be told that. They don't want to be told, hey, you're a fucking retard. I don't blame them for not wanting to be told that. I do not blame them for that. I understand that completely. I also don't like to be told things like that. So, you know, it's the curse of being me. But what is the resolution of the curse of being me? I get to come onto this live chat and talk to all of you guys. And you guys are all super cool. And because I'm very careful about parsing it ahead of time, hey, I'm here to complain, and that's it. So don't expect anything else. Blah, blah, blah. Then, you know, you go, okay, well, at least he's upfront about it. Alan Watts, what was he? A cancer on the epistemological plane? I don't know. A smarter version of Eckhart Tolle. Maybe that'd be a good explanation of what he was. He might have been an INFJ. He might have been, I don't know. If you want to talk about, like, in that whole counterculture movement, the one truly intelligent person involved in that whole counterculture movement, in other words, not NF, was the guy who wrote Brave New World, Aldous Huxley. He is smart. He's an Entp. But I tell you, the greatest writer in history is H.H. Munro. And in order to prove this, I'm going to read you this very short and absolutely hilarious story that I read with Chloe the other day. It was so good. It's so funny. It was written such a long time ago and it's still funny. That's fucking genius. Because humor does not age well, right? If you see something that was hilarious in 1930, it's going to be unbearably unfunny now. But this guy writes shit that's still hilarious now. That's impressive. That's really impressive. Hmm. Let's see if I can find the one I read the other day. It was so funny. About tennis. This one, the hedgehog. So I'll put the link to it so you can read along if you want. Just listen to this. This guy is an absolute epic genius. Carlin did have the Entps, and yet his work wasn't really that great. Carlin's definitely an Entp. I like him. I think he said a lot of, I like him as a person more than I like his work, you know? But here's this story. A mixed double of young people were contesting a game of lawn tennis at the rectory garden party. For the past 5 and 20 years, at least, for the past 5 and 20 years at least, mixed doubles of young people had done exactly the same thing on exactly the same spot at about the same time of year. The young people changed and made way for others in the course of time, but very little seemed to alter. The present players were sufficiently conscious of the social nature of the occasion to be concerned about their clothes and appearance, and sufficiently sport-loving to be keen on the game. Both their efforts and their appearance came under the fourfold scrutiny of a quartet of ladies, sitting as official spectators on a bench immediately commanding the court. It was one of the accepted conditions of the rectory garden party that 4 ladies, who usually knew very little about tennis and a great deal about the players, should sit at that particular spot and watch the game. It had also come to be almost a tradition that 2 ladies should be amiable, and that the other 2 should be Mrs. Dole and Mrs. Hatch-Millard. "What a singularly unbecoming way Eva Johnlett has taken to doing her hair in," said Mrs. Hatch-Millard. "It's ugly hair at the best of times, but she needn't make it look ridiculous as well. Someone ought to tell her." Eva Johnlett's hair might have escaped Mrs. Hatch-Millard's condemnation if she could have forgotten the more glaring fact that Eva was Mrs. Dole's favorite niece. It would perhaps have been a more comfortable arrangement if Mrs. Hatch-Millard and Mrs. Dole could have been asked to the rectory on separate occasions, but there was only one garden party in the course of the year, and neither lady could have been omitted from the list of invitations without hopelessly wrecking the social peace of the parish. "How pretty the yew trees look at this time of year," interposed a lady with a soft, silvery voice that suggested a chinchilla muff painted by Whistler. "What do you mean, this time of year?" demanded Mrs. Hatch-Millard. "Yew trees look beautiful at all times of the year. That is their great charm." "Yew trees never look anything but hideous under any circumstances or at any time of year," said Mrs. Dole, with the slow, emphatic relish of one who contradicts for the pleasure of the thing. "They are only fit for graveyards and cemeteries." Mrs. Hatch-Millard gave a sardonic snort, which, being translated, meant that there were some people who were better fitted for cemeteries than for garden parties. "What is the score, please?" asked the lady with the chinchilla voice. The desired information was given her by a young gentleman in spotless white flannels whose general toilet effect suggested solicitude rather than anxiety. "What an odious young cub Bertie Dykson has become," pronounced Mrs. Dole, remembering suddenly that Bertie was a favorite with Mrs. Hatch-Millard. "The young men of today are not what they used to be 20 years ago." "Of course not," said Mrs. Hatch-Millard. "20 years ago, Bertie Dykson was just 2 years old," and you must expect some difference in appearance and manner and conversation between those two periods. Do you know, said Mrs. Dole confidentially, I shouldn't be surprised if that was intended to be clever. Have you anyone interesting coming to stay with you, Mrs. Norbury? Asked the chinchilla voice hastily. You generally have a house party at this time of year. I've got the most intriguing woman coming, said Mrs. Norbury, who had been mutely struggling for some chance to turn the conversation into a safe channel. An old acquaintance of mine, Ada Bleak. What an ugly name, said Mrs. Hatch Millard. She's descended from the de la Bleaks, an old Huguenot family of Touraine, you know. There weren't any Huguenots in Touraine, said Mrs. Hatch Millard, who thought she might safely dispute any fact that was 300 years old. Well, anyway, she's coming to stay with me, continued Mrs. Norbury, bringing her story quickly down to the present day. She arrives this evening, and she's highly clairvoyant. A seventh daughter, you know, all that sort of thing. How very interesting, said the chinchilla voice. Exwood is just the right place for her to come, isn't it? There are supposed to be several ghosts there. Well, that's why she was so anxious to come, said Mrs. Norbury. She's put off another engagement in order to accept my invitation. She's had visions and dreams and all those sort of things that have come true in a most marvelous manner, but she's never actually seen a ghost, and she's longing to have that experience. She belongs to that research society, you know. I expect she'll see the unhappy Lady Colmanton, the most famous of all the Exwood ghosts, said Mrs. Dole. My ancestor, you know, Sir Gervase Colmanton, murdered his young bride in a fit of jealousy while they were on a visit to Exwood. He strangled her in the stables with a stirrup leather, just after they had come in from riding, and she is seen sometimes at dusk going about the lawns and the stable yard in a long green habit, moaning and trying to get the thong from around her throat. I shall be most interested to hear if your friend sees. I don't know why she should be expected to see a trashy traditional apparition like the so-called Compton ghost that is only vouched for by housemaids and tipsy stable boys when my uncle, who was the owner of Exwood, committed suicide there under the most tragical circumstances, and most certainly haunts the place. Mrs. Hatch Millard has evidently never read Popple's County History, said Mrs. Dole icily, or she would know that the Colmanton ghost has a wealth of evidence behind it. Oh, Popple! Exclaimed Mrs. Hatch Millard scornfully. Any rubbishy old good story is good enough for him. Popple, indeed. Now, my uncle's ghost was seen by a rural dean, who was also a justice of the peace. I should think that would be good enough testimony for anyone. Mrs. Norbury, I shall take it as a deliberate personal affront if your clairvoyant friend sees any other ghost except that of my uncle. Now, that's good writing. That's excellent writing. Everything about it is just brilliant, tight, pops, you know? That's a writer. This guy, his stories are like 6 minutes to read, 7 minutes to read. This is, you know, they're short. They're just NI gems. And he's definitely an NTP. He is the good version of Oscar Wilde. He was a contemporary of Oscar Wilde, also gay like Oscar Wilde, but fully closeted because of how Oscar Wilde got in trouble, I guess. But, you know, it's my opinion that Oscar Wilde was probably, he might have been an ENTP too, but he might have been an ENFP. But Saki, H.H. Monroe, is definitely an NTP. INTP or ENTP, I don't know which, but definitely an NTP. And the most brilliant writer in history. One of my absolute favorite Saki story is so beautifully dense. It's like, if you want to be brilliant in your writing, you've got to accomplish what Saki accomplishes in Sredni Vashtar. It's almost incomprehensible the first time you read it. Except everything makes perfect sense. It's so brilliant. And it's so short. It's like 2 pages of just this rich, fucking dense, gorgeous prose. It's amazing. Because anybody who's a hero, should be a hero to all the world, it is H.H. Monroe for his genius writing. Just listen to the beginning of Sredni. Just listen to this shit. It's amazing. It's like, how could anybody write so beautifully? It's captivating in every word. The most captivating, amazing piece of work you can ever conceive of. Listen to the beginning of this. Listen to this enormously long sentence that happens in the middle of it. Conradin was 10 years old, and the doctor had pronounced his professional opinion that the boy would not live another 5 years. The doctor was silky and effete and counted for little, but his opinion was endorsed by Mrs. Durop, who counted for nearly everything. Mrs. Durop was Conradin's cousin and guardian, and in his eyes, she represented those 3/5 of the world that are necessary and disagreeable and real. The other 2/5, in perpetual antagonism to the foregoing, were summed up in himself and his imagination. One of these days, Conradin supposed he would succumb to the mastering pressure of wearisome necessary things, such as illnesses and coddling restrictions and drawn-out dullness. Without his imagination, which was rampant under the spur of loneliness, he would have succumbed long ago. Do you feel the power? Listen to this paragraph. Next paragraph. Mrs. Durop would never, in her honestest moments, have confessed to herself that she disliked Conradin, though she might have been dimly aware that thwarting him, for his own good, was a duty which she did not find particularly irksome. Conradin hated her with a desperate sincerity, which he was perfectly able to mask. Such few pleasures as he could contrive for himself gained an added relish from the likelihood that they would be displeasing to his guardian, and from the realm of his imagination she was locked out, an unclean thing which should find no entrance. How glorious! How magnificent! In the dull, cheerless garden overlooked by so many windows that were ready to open with a message not to do this or that, or a reminder that medicines were due, he found little attraction. The few fruit trees that it contained were set jealously apart from his plucking, as though they were rare specimens of their kind, blooming in an arid waste. It would probably have been difficult to find a market gardener who would have offered 10 shillings for their entire yearly produce. In a forgotten corner, however, almost hidden behind a dismal shrubbery, was a disused tool shed of respectable proportions, and within its walls Conradin found a haven, something that took on the varying aspects of a playroom and a cathedral. He had peopled it with a legion of familiar phantoms, evoked partly from fragments of history and partly from his own brain, but it also boasted 2 inmates of flesh and blood. In one corner lived a ragged, plumaged hooded hen, on which the boy lavished an affection that had scarcely another outlet. Further back in the gloom stood a large hutch, divided into 2 compartments, one of which was fronted with close iron bars. This was the abode of a large polecat ferret, which a friendly butcher boy had once smuggled, cage and all, into its present quarters in exchange for a long-secreted hoard of small silver. Conradin was dreadfully afraid of the lithe, sharp-fanged beast, but it was his most treasured possession. Its very presence in the tool shed was a secret and fearful joy to be kept scrupulously from the knowledge of the woman, as he privately dubbed his cousin. And one day, out of heaven knows what material, he spun the beast a wonderful name, and from that moment it grew into a god and a religion. The woman indulged in religion once a week at a church nearby and took Conradin with her, but to him the church service was an alien rite in the house of Rimmon. Every Thursday, in the dim and musty silence of the tool shed, he worshipped with mystic and elaborate ceremonial before the wooden hutch where dwelt Sredni, the great ferret. Red flowers in their season and scarlet berries in the wintertime were offered at his shrine, for he was a god who laid some special stress on the fierce and patient side of things, as opposed to the woman's religion, which, as far as Conradin could observe, went to great lengths in the contrary direction. And on great festivals, powdered nutmeg was strewn in front of his hutch, an important feature of the offering being that the nutmeg had to be stolen. These festivals were of irregular occurrence, and were chiefly appointed to celebrate some passing event. On one occasion, when Mrs. Durop suffered from acute toothache for 3 days, Conradin kept up the festival during the entire 3 days, and almost succeeded in persuading himself that Sredni was personally responsible for the toothache. If the malady had lasted for another day, the supply of nutmeg would have given out. The Houdan hen was never drawn into the cult of Sredni. Conradin had settled long ago that she was an Anabaptist. He did not pretend to have the remotest knowledge as to what an Anabaptist was, but he privately hoped that it was dashing and not very respectable. Mrs. Drop was the ground plan on which he based and detested all respectability. Oh. Can you get any better than that? Can you get any better than that? I don't think you can. It's absolutely genius. It's like the prose is just so fucking rich and meaty and chewy. No, I've never read any Cormac McCarthy. But I am very fond of short fiction as opposed to longer fiction. But he was definitely an Entp, and he shit on every bit of woo-woo mysticism that he ever encountered in the world. Well, Boba Fett, listen. If my primary concern was retaining viewers in these live streams, obviously I'd go about doing them differently. Look, I live stream primarily because I'm feeling like I've got something to say. You know? When I start saying it, I say it. That's all there is to it. Yes, a lot of people are not going to be able to appreciate the genius of Saki of H.H. Monroe. That's part of the problem of genius, right? How many people even know who this guy is? Hardly anybody.
I didn't know until you. His work paints such a picture.
He does so much in so little space. It's amazing.
Would you like some coffee? I'll make some for you.
Thank you, darling. I would love that. Well, the thing is, I'm not opposed to good long fiction, and I do enjoy it, but it's very difficult not to sacrifice some NI pop when you're telling a long story or a novel or something. I like little gems, you know? I respect gems. So it's one of the reasons why I go to battle about Mindy's Club, because it's the area of work in which I can most feel like I'm attaining on my fifth slot function. Everything has less than 15 seconds long. It's a single idea. It's executed more well or less well sometimes, but in everything else I do, I am subject to problems with concision, right? I struggle to uphold the value of NI that is most important to me. Well, yeah, Boba Fett, Dilbert made a fortune for that guy who made Dilbert, but you know, I'm not a cartoonist myself, so it's not a medium that I could work in. I'm not a drawer. I respect that medium, comic strips and stuff. I haven't read enough Dilbert to see if it validates on my metrics for being good. I don't doubt that you're right, that it's good.
Toilet paper? I mean the
Paper towels?
paper towels. Yeah.
Here you go. But that's what an ENTP needs to do, right? An ENTP needs to have artificial constraints that force them into NI. H.H. Monroe, his constraint was short stories. And so he, as a consequence, each of those short stories it has a core concept. Like, at the end of that hedgehog story I started reading, one of the nice ladies has to convince her visitor that she's not seen a ghost, even though she saw a ghost, and it's because that one of those bitch ladies is their landlord. Office banality clearly struck a chord with millions across the world. Well, yeah, I mean, great. For some reason, ENTPs never make an in-depth video on how to manipulate ENFJs. They control the world. I don't think ENTPs feel a particular need to manipulate ENFJs. There's a challenge in the benefactor-beneficiary relationship, which is to say, ENTPs underestimate inherently the power of ENFJs because ENFJs don't really have power over ENTPs. I can respect, like in the first season of Alone, an ENFJ won that, and I can respect how powerfully that ENFJ was able to use his SI polar, NI instrumentality, operational value, SE third slot to defeat all these people with way better TE, right? I respect it, but I also see it as incorrectly generalized by the ENFJ. So the ENFJ took away from that it's all just a matter of mental strength. If you're mentally strong, then you too could do this. That's not the case at all. And the reason you're able to do that, ENFJ, is not because you're mentally strong, it's because you're so mentally weak about your own body. But, so in that regard, ENTPs think that ENFJs are oversimplifying and overgeneralizing things. Of course, that's why they're so much more effective communicators than the ENTPs, because people can't handle complexity and they can't handle things that don't generalize conveniently, right? A lot of things generalize inconveniently. You got to add a lot of stipulations in there before you can say they generalize, Oh, space between. That's strangely true. Strangely true. Thank you, Boba Fett. That's the nicest thing you've ever said about Mindy's Club, and I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt, space between, that ENFJs are more effective at communicating and influencing people, which is why I've said before that in my mind, a perfect administration, an Eric Strauss presidency, is a team of people. It's an ENTP as president. It's got INFJ there to notice and inform and advise. It's got an INTP there to call bullshit on stuff. And it's got an ENFJ to sweep up the mistakes of the ENTP after the fact. No. He loves you so much. He didn't mean to call you all retarded. He meant you were imparted with great value. That's what he meant to say. No, space between, you're absolutely right. It's like, it's the curse of being me. Born with a katana, born with the ability to do incredible sword tricks with it, in a world where no one wants to get slashed by a sword. Nobody wants to get slashed by a sword. I'm not sure anybody ever wanted to get slashed by a sword. Whatever in creation exists without my knowledge exists without my consent. That's great, Morridge. That's fantastic. INTJs, we get stuck. It's up to the ENTPs or INTPs to shift the target. The rabbit hole of cult dynamics goes deep. Focus on that. Well, I mean, the thing is, I provide the safe alternative to a cult. You can reliably know that you can, when you're going to use a heuristic, a good one is, well, what does Eric say about it? But you can reliably know for sure that I'm always subject to your challenging me. And if you're right, that I'll agree with you that I was wrong. That's what makes it a safe cult, right? A cult is really just a heuristic of deferring epistemological concerns to another person. And it's only safe to do that when the person you're deferring your epistemological concerns to cares more about the process, the epistemological processes, than he does about the conclusions. I don't know if I've type policed her. I've made videos about how she's garbage plenty of times. Rachel and I have talked about how what a negative Nancy she is. You know, because Rachel's got these Teal Swan cards, which are fine enough cards by themselves. They just like say things like, resilience. You know, today's card is resilience. But then if you read what she says about it, it's always like, you suck because you're not resilient enough.
Hi, Boba Fett.
Well, space between, I would point out that Ruben R is here proving you wrong. Ruben R is an ENFJ, and he's here, and he's engaging with a very prickly ENTP. And while he doesn't ever pile on my prickliness, he's always softening it a bit. Mm-hmm. He's softening it both as pieces of language, and he's softening me when he's engaging with me. But nevertheless, he's not on the side of the wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. Maddie Sanchez says, I find it very weird when we can share our thoughts of finding and looking and losing hyperdimensional objects. Just how we trade with that through all the things. I do not know what that means. Ruben wears ENTJ clothes. Well, I don't know. I mean, I have no idea what Ruben does in life, you know? As far as I'm concerned, he's just a green name here that appears here sometimes. He's green, that means he's important. It means he's a member. Unlike you, space between, when are you going to become a member of Talking with Famous People, huh? You thought about that?
Hi, Eliana Diaz.
Hi, Eliana Diaz. When ENFJ goes bad, they convince themselves what they are doing is for the betterment of the world. What it really is social status, insecurity, something like that. Well, I mean, the best example of a bad ENFJ is Goebbels. Goebbels is history's greatest example of an ENFJ run amok. Because he was selling the wrong product, right? He did a fantastic job of selling it. Nobody can dispute that he had problems. He tried it one time and TE Polar got in the way or something. I don't know. Doesn't matter to me. Boba Fett doesn't need to be a member. He's fine. He's a member in heart. He's more of a member than anybody, really, because he's willing to annoy me with his constant incitations to stream. While I am annoyed by them, I can't help but say, well, Eric, he's right. You should stream. I get a little extra annoyed when he puts it on my when he puts it on Mindy's Club videos. But, you know, even then I have to say, Eric, should you really be this annoyed at Boba Fett for wanting more content from you? I mean, aren't you getting this whole thing wrong if that's annoying you? And yes, I am getting the whole thing wrong if that's annoying me. But nevertheless, it does. Because then I think, I don't want to stream it. I don't want to hear you tell me that because it just reminds me it's been too long since I last streamed. And because remember, at the end of the day, no matter how right, smart, genius, whatever else I am, I'm a big fucking baby. I'm the world's biggest baby. There's just no avoiding that fact. When it comes to my emotions, I'm a huge baby, and that's it.
Thank you, Violet. That was a nice compliment.
She is FE Tool. She's an INFJ. So it is her operational value. She does have great FE. She's very deft at handling me and everything all the time, you know? It's like, it's not an easy circumstance to be so FE great about the circumstance where we're in. You know, she and I are a couple, and I've spent my life kind of dealing with my dad by ignoring an eye. It was he frequently confused me with his. That was a funny little jump. Huh? The bunny hop. FE is immoral. No, it's not. That's ridiculous. That's a very FE polar thing to say. Space between. FE is just a way of interfacing that takes into account all the complex social dynamics of things. That, in fact, if I want to be a fully good person, I can't simply shout insults at people to get them to agree with me. You know? It's ineffective. And it's also true that I cannot deny some affirmative obligation to express what I know to be the case, right? It's not like I'm wrong. And so, it's not fake, though. That's a very FE polar perspective on it, space between. There's nothing fake about FE. It's, in INFJ especially, it's responsive to things. It's not really proactive. So it's like, there's nothing immoral about understanding how that statement of yours is going to impact everybody here who has FE and cause them to feel differently accordingly, you know? It's in the INFJ at least, it's subsumed by knowledge. It's more of a knowledge function than an interface function. In an FE Dom, it's more of an interface function, but even then it's not fake. FE Doms are not willfully being fake. They're just attending to other people, not to themselves. FI may link to authenticity, but that doesn't mean that FE links to fakeness. It means that TI links to correctness. FI and TI are the opposite sides of the same thing. FE and TE are opposite sides of the same thing. FE, you can criticize FE from a TE perspective by saying you're prioritizing these wrong people's feelings over what the most efficient path to solvency is. But that's not fake. That's just a different priority. And FE people can say about TE people, you're prioritizing your particular solution without giving a fuck about anybody else or ancillary impacts. So the problem with TE is it creates lots of unintended impacts. And those unintended impacts harm myriad parties. If you're FITE in your frame of reference, it doesn't matter because what you care about is getting what you want, and the TE helps you to get it, right? So while you might call FE fake, FE people might call TE brutish, brutishly dumb. My smile reminds me of Harvey Dent after the fire. Sorry, I don't get the reference. I'm assuming he must have had an absolutely beautiful smile.
Beautiful. Eric has an absolutely beautiful singing voice. Meow.
Meow. No, I don't trust you at all, Space Between, because as an FE third person who's going out with an FE operational value person, and as you self-identify as FE polar, you're obviously the last person anybody should trust on FE. You don't know shit about it. You're guaranteed to be wrong about it all the time. That's what it means to be polar, you know? It's like, don't ask me about my feelings. I don't know. I'm guaranteed to be wrong about them. Is this love? I don't know what that is. Is it something that I want? FE can take the form of people pleasing, but, well, the reason it didn't land is because I didn't get the reference. If I had gotten the reference, maybe it would have landed, but unfortunately I didn't get the reference. Why am I guaranteed? I mean, I'm not wrong about how I feel right now, but I would be wrong to conclude anything from that, right? Well, I'm not one such ENTP. Particularist elements are a huge factor in how an ENTP ends up being, because we are SI types. We learn, right? So my dad's perspective, who's an ESTJ, is that nobody ever comes up with any good ideas, new ideas, after they're 30 years old. My perspective is I'm not fully at my intellectual peak until I'm 55 or 60. And we're both right. For him, he's right. He doesn't come up with any good ideas since he was 30 years old. And for me, I'm right that I wasn't ready to be an intellectual powerhouse until I was at least 45, really. I needed to learn certain intellectual tool sets and see how they fit together in order for me to successfully manifest my current being. I wouldn't tell you cheating's correct. I would say that if the system's fucked up enough to justify you cheating, then it's fucked up enough for you to justify blowing it up. This is the problem the argument I keep having with Jeffrey's mom and with Jeffrey, is Jeffrey's mom wants to promote the general value of jumping through stupid hoops. Now, some ENTPs might conclude, no, you shouldn't jump through those stupid hoops. They're fundamentally wicked heuristics, ways around actual tests of competency and replacing them with symbols of competency, and therefore cheating is justified. I wouldn't say that. What I tell Jeffrey's mom is she should tell Jeffrey to drop out of school because it's a complete fucking waste of time. And that if he's going to be in school, the only thing he should ever do with any of his writing is attack, 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 attack. I mean, Space Between, that's abjectly, obviously wrong. And that's why you're fundamentally weaker intellectually than I am. At the moment. You might grow, but to make a statement like that is to abuse your NI to the point where it's no longer intuitive.
Space Between is funny that your name is Space Between because it makes me think of that Dave Matthews Band song.
Because Space Between the thing you're hating about FE is one tiny sliver of FE. The bit of FE you get, right? But there's huge components of FE that you don't get. Just like there's huge components of FI that I don't get. For me, FI is what tells me when I don't like something and where to draw the line, okay? Wow, look at that. Ike Ojiamian, welcome to TWFP Full Access. So, like, for me, FI says eventually, no, Eric, you need to draw a personal arbitrary boundary here. I have a good example of it from my last relationship with Kimberly where finally she said some shit that I just said, no, you're not going to say that shit to me, and I'm not going to justify why it's not okay. It's not okay because I don't like it. It took me like 2 years to get around to that, right? Paladin is the nickname that C.S. Joseph uses for Enfj. Oh, well, I mean, if you've been listening to C.S. Joseph, there's your problem. That guy is an ESTJ who can't tell his ass from his fucking face.
Hi, Winston's mom. I am doing well, thank you.
What song did I sing there, Space Between? I don't even know what song I sang.
Space between all wicked lies. It's a DMV, Dave Matthews Band song.
I'm just gonna let that I'm just gonna let that slide right there. I'm just not even gonna say anything about that.
Meow. Are you gonna go out?
Okay, I'll say one thing about it. Space Between, if you are an INTJ and you like Dave Matthews Band, and that is proof positive that TE can destroy any aesthetic clarity that an NI Dom should have.
Yes.
I think he's an ESTJ, C.S. Joseph. I suspect. But he could be an ENTJ. Regardless, he's a TE Dom. He frames everything in terms of utility. Like everything he wants to say about any type of advice to them. The fucking gall. You know, giving people advice is something you need to be very careful about. You'll notice while I'm ranting and raving, I'm not telling any of you guys what to do. Right? I'm not saying you need to do meh or you should meh. Because it's not... the only person I can really meaningfully give advice to is another ENTP. From my own frame as an ENTP, I can... okay, well, I do take that into account, Space Between, that you're drinking heavily. But I will point out that you can't... Unless this is a decades-long bender, you probably can't blame your heavy drinking for liking the Dave Matthews Band.
Hi, Ruben R. Good morrow to you as well.
I will give an ENTP advice. I will answer questions asked of me to give advice, but people don't like those answers usually because they're not regular answers, right? Like, Jeffrey's mom calls me again and again with the same kind of questions. I always tell her the same answers, and she never wants to listen to me, and that's fine. Because I always started by saying, look, you keep asking me these questions, you know what answer you're going to get from me. You never listen to me, but you keep asking me again, I'll give you the same answer, you know? What should Jeffrey do? Should he... See, it's like... So, here's a conversation I had with Jeffrey's mom the other night. Jeffrey wants to do debate, but he's currently working, like, at an actual job, even though he's in high school, like an actual tech job. Like designing shit, you know? Doing real work, right? And Jeffrey's mom wants him to continue to do that valuable real work that he's actually learning real things instead of stupid school. But she doesn't believe that he has time for both school, that work, and debate. So I say, okay, well, then the answer's obvious. Have him drop out of school. That's stupid and pretend. And just a clusterfuck of NI polar, right? Like... Well, he needs to practice doing bullshit so that he can get to the next level of practicing bullshit. So that eventually, after he's done practicing bullshit, he can go out, use none of the bullshit that he's practiced, and learn how to do real work. Well, he's already learning how to do real work at a real job right now. And who would hire somebody with a bunch of degrees in computer engineering over somebody with a bunch of actual concrete accomplishments in the field? Nobody. It's like when I hired debate coaches, right? I didn't put on there you need a college degree or anything like that. You needed to be you needed to be smart and no debate. You come into my office for an interview, applying for a policy debate coach job. I just say, can you perm the K? If they don't know what I'm talking about, or don't know the correct answer to that question, or can't explain why that's the correct answer to the question, they are not qualified to teach policy debate. I can find out in one question, right? It doesn't matter how many fucking degrees they have in whatever. If they can't answer that question, they are not qualified to coach policy debate. How are you able to determine type from a 30-minute video? I don't determine type from a 30-minute video. I don't know what you're talking about. It is the case that I do type police, but remember, type police, as I've said many times before, is for entertainment purposes only, and that I cannot actually type anybody without doing a typing session. A typing session is me querying them directly, getting answers, and interpreting those answers for a solid hour. In those cases, I usually can come up with a definitive type for them, but not always, and sometimes I'm wrong. So, that's what it is. If you're talking about type police, that's not me typing people, okay? That's the type police, not the type judiciary. Policemen arrest people all the time. Sometimes they get it wrong. Sometimes they arrest an innocent guy. Sometimes they let a guilty guy go free. They're the police, not the judiciary. I know. But Eric, they have a ridiculously overpriced piece of paper. Exactly. All you've proven to me with your college degree is that you were comfortable jumping through stupid hoops. I will tell you about my Basset Hound. My Basset Hound was a great dog, but he had some bad habits. The worst of them was every time he saw cat poop, he wanted to roll in it.
Well, it's a bad habit.
It's a really bad habit. And so it's like, I'd try to, I'd have to, when I walk him, I have to, like, scout ahead of him for any signs of a cat poop, which is hard to see.
Yeah,
you know?
that's very hard to see.
And when I take him someplace where I could take him off the leash, he would find the cat poop somehow. He could smell it. You know, they got good noses. It could be 100 yards away. He'd start going boom, 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 right over there to that cat poop. I'd say, Winston, where are you going? Come back here. And no, I got there and he'd already got rolled in cat poop. And I just was like, oh, this is so gross. And now I have to take you home and wash you off.
It's a lot of responsibility.
Yeah. Unlike my wonderful dog Lacey, who was a perfect dog citizen.
How is she with strangers?
Lacey, she was at first, rah, 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 rah. And then after I said, oh, just come in and sit down, she'd go up to you and hesitantly kind of wag your tail. And if you petted her, then she'd jump right up onto your lap.
Aww.
And love you. She was initially, rah, 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 rah. Well, Basset Hounds smell a lot no matter what. They're smelly dogs, right? But if they roll in cat poop, then they're not just smelly dogs, they smell like cat shit.
Oh, God. Oh, my gosh. And really, cat poop is so difficult to find. It's so small. And cats, like, poop, like, in hidden, it's different from dogs.
Yeah, and they get their cat poop in their folds of their skin. Exactly. It's really awful. And you're right, Michelle. The Basset Hound was rather meow with other people. He wasn't barky or anything. He just wasn't particularly interested in them. They are adorable. When I got that dog, I went to get a different kind of dog. And then they had this Basset Hound puppy. And I was just like, oh... that is the most adorable thing I've ever seen. Oh my God. I have to get that Basset Hound. But, they have problems. My Basset also had these weird, fat lumps that grew under his skin. I'm not sure what they were, but he, like, when you pet him, you'd feel this little like bump under his skin. They just they I think they've been too inbred, you know.
Oh.
That's why they're kind of like not that. They're kind of like dumb. They're not exactly dumb. They're just very single-minded. If you I mean, you're not seeing an unbalanced ENTP in me. What you're seeing is a rather maximalized version of the type. But that's because of my age and my SI background. The reason I'm so maximally and successfully an ENTP links to the fact that I'm very unsuccessfully an adult human being. and that I'm and that how I was raised, you know, my dad has a philosophy PhD, and I was raised in an atheist family full of a lot of TI valuing. Even though my dad's a TE Dom, he's fifth slot TI. My mom was third slot TI. It was a very fair family in which things were resolved with discussion, and the right person was affirmed. You know, the person who was correct was affirmed. And also, my dad had this. Michelle Way. So that's that. I guess that wasn't just my dog. That Bassets in general, as they get older, they get those fat lumps. The thing is, it's fine if you just get like one fat lump to remove, but if you've got to take your dog into the vet every fucking 2 months to get fat lumps removed, it gets kind of It gets kind of expensive, you know. Of course, you forget my family is full of ENTP narcissistic children. I don't forget that. I didn't know that. If I were to have forgotten it, I'd have to have known it at some point. Well, you don't know exactly how this conversation will go because I am an ENTP, but I'm most of all Eric. I'm an ENTP because I'm an SI type, I am a product of all of my experiences. ENTPs are very slow growing. We don't reach intellectual maturity until our 50s. I mean, look at Aga. She's all tangled up in wrongness about global environmental concerns. It's not that she's wrong about them being important considerations and stuff. It's that she's bought into this notion that power structures are primarily designed to oppress the voices of the disempowered or something, which is not the way it works in any kind of real civil society at all.
So, INTJ would be INTP, right?
What, in socionics?
Socionics, yeah.
INT little j is INTP.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm looking up the relationship for... They're conflicting relationships.
Well, space between, there's no doubt that part of my expression of self comes across as very arrogant, even conceited or whatever. And yet, it's also the case that I'm very authentic and open about how much I hate myself, you know, which I do. I have a very love-hate relationship with myself. That's part of the growth process as well. It's like, it takes a long time for an ENTP to recognize that those feelings form a pattern. Those feelings of self-loathing / arrogance / anger / joy / whatever, they represent a pattern that teaches you something. But it doesn't happen right away. You have SI types, this is something NI types don't necessarily grok right away, is just how much we are a product of what we've learned. Because if you're an NI type, you don't necessarily need to know much about something to grok the correct thing about it.
So space between INTJ, ESFJ is a conflicting relationship. So it would make sense that you agreed on nothing. The romance in the sheets, I'm surprised that it even got to that point. But
Well, ESFJs, their whole thing is to make whomever they're with believe that that person is like the biggest stud in the world, right? If you get with an ESFJ woman, she will convince you that you are John Holmes. Because for her, the truth is completely irrelevant. It's whatever truth she sells to you, you know? I'm not saying INTJs are fast-growing types. I agree with you that INTJs are also, they also have a slower growth arc than, say, ESTJs or ISTJs who, well, you know, when my dad said to me that time, nobody ever comes up with any good new ideas after the age of 30, it's because that's how long it takes for an ESTJ to reach full maturity. It takes a little less than 30 years. Intuitives take longer time to reach maturity. And I think ENTPs are probably the slowest growing type of all. I don't think we ever get done being babies. Was Socrates an ENTP? Yeah. And, you know, it's like, and he was guilty of the worst kind of bullshit that happens when you're FI polar. He didn't want to bother writing anything down. So then he started pitching it as something good. Like, no, it's good not to write things down. It's good to just talk and not ever have anything concretized. It was never good, right? That was never good. But he didn't want to do that, so he just started projecting it out as a value to uphold, like an idiot.
I wonder how much knowledge was
wasted.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, yeah.
How many genius things did he say that didn't get passed down? Who knows? Because he didn't care enough to you know,
to write it down.
to write it down.
Or to have someone.
You're right.
You know.
Because the thing is, then he has to sacrifice his third slot FE. ENTPs don't like asking other people to do things for them.
No.
It's taken me a long time to even occasionally ask Rachel things like, can you be responsible for cooking these frozen burritos? Because my first thought is, well, look, if I'm going to ask her to do something, then she's empowered to just say, well, why don't you do it?
I never think that.
I don't have a system. Space between.
Oh.
Don't ever make that mistake to think that I have a system. There is defensible typological claims and indefensible ones. Through a process of trial and error and many years of making and correcting mistakes, I've gradually excised from my understanding of typology all the wrongnesses. So remember that typology, like any other kind of argument block, it relies on whether or not your claims you're making are defensible. It's not a system. There is no system in typology. There is a correct understanding of it and the absence of a correct understanding of it. TE is not something you understand, right? TE is the process of solving problems when those problems are non-universalist in their logic. So that's everything that's not communication. If I want to solve a problem with a refrigerator, I need to solve a problem based on the logic of a refrigerator, not the logic of an oven, not the logic of a washing machine, etc. When we're using language to understand things, then we need to use a universalist metric to test those claims for defensibility. And so TE is not, in fact, at all a way to understand. It's a way to solve. What you understand when you use TE is what outcome you want. And TE is the logic of breaking down this unique logic of a dynamic system into ordinated steps that you can do to either fix, improve, or whatever that unique logic. And everybody needs the ability to respect the logics of language to some extent, and the logics of independent systems to some extent. That's why we have both Enfj and TE. I mean, space between, yes, there is logic. It's called linguistic parsing, okay? And systems have their own logic to them, which is to say the mechanisms by which they work. Well, I mean, if you really are that brilliant, space between, then you'd be spending a lot more time here listening to me and a lot less time telling me. But it's fine if that's how you learn, by engaging me with throwing out some wrong thing, having me correct it. That's a perfectly acceptable way to learn. But I'm not sure that's what you're doing or not, really. So I don't really care. If you're trying to impress me, well, you've elicited a lot of response from me, so that's inherently kind of impressive, because you have to at least be wrong in an interesting way to elicit response from me. And so that's better than a lot of people do. Nah, what I'm saying, dog. Yeah, making good money. They make good money, and they're probably not Entps. Some Entps make good money, but probably not with their YouTube channels. He typed his newborn son, Entj. Wow. I guess he's just throwing darts at the wall then, huh?
That's funny. I think it's funny. Like, well, I mean, you know, your mom always said that like you were a talker, but I mean, you were growing into a personality at that point. Mm-hmm. You weren't an infant.
Well, Entps do plenty. I mean, the thing is, space between. For you to say that Entps don't do things, you'd have to ignore the 7,000 videos I have up on this channel. Yeah, it's my sister. my little sister, Rachel. She's my sister from another mother and father.
Yes.
The thing is, it's not a lack of doing in the Entp. It's a lack of efficacy, of linking the doing with TE to a desired outcome. I mean, I do more in a morning sometimes than most people do in months. It's just a matter of whether it's shit worth doing, right? I wish people would stop assuming my sister was my wife, girlfriend. Oh, I guess I've got the opposite problem. Yeah, 6,800 or something. Not quite 7,000. But, that's not logic. That's knowledge. Logic and knowledge are different things. And that's one of the things that INTJs can sometimes get confused about. Logic and knowledge are different things. It's one of the advantages INFJs have over INTJs is they're more epistemologically stout. Because INFJs have NI universalist truth, but then they have TI universalist parsing. Whereas INTJs only have one half of the equation. So INTJs are prone to mistaking logic for knowledge and knowledge for logic. I'm going to leave you with Rachel for a moment because, Rachel, I want to go take the other half of.
Oh yeah, that Klonben, sure. Since mom says at space between, if the ENTP making 30K is CS, then your presupposition supposes CS is an ENTP. Business logic is TE, beginning of wisdom, but not in the NE necessarily the ENTP's style or preference or temperament. Sure, I can pull a card for tonight's chat. I'll use the Wisdom Dog Tarot. It's been a while since we've used this deck.
Oh, did you bring me a cup of coffee already?
I did.
Oh, you did. I just didn't even notice it, huh?
It,
Thank you, darling.
You're welcome.
Now, hopefully, that other half of a Klonopin will gradually. I mean, space between the thing is, I will always listen. I'm the greatest listener you will ever encounter. The problem that some people encounter is they try to set out a plan, but because I'm such a good listener, I ask hard questions, and they don't have good answers.
Okay, this is the card for the channel.
Card for the channel.
Oh, the lovers.
It's me and you, baby. Me and you. Winning at the game of being awesome.
That's a very pretty card.
Hey, remember this. Space between everybody else. I may never be successful, but I'll always be super cool. Like, cool like sunglasses cool.
Yeah, like...
Not like nice cool, okay? Sometimes I'm nice cool, sometimes I'm not.
I think of Delilah as being a cool person, and she always explains how she put up that one picture of you in the heart sunglasses, and it was like the most popular post that she had put up. Like, that's cool.
Yeah. Delilah's cool. Very cool. And nice cool, too. Delilah's much less mean than me.
She's very nice.
She's much less prickly than I am. But I think that comes from being a girl somewhat. So I heard that from Aga, too. I hear it from both Aga and Delilah that if you're a TI tool user and you're a girl, you can't get away with being like Eric, okay? It's like when I'm being a dick or whatever, I'm mercurial. Whereas if a lady's being like me, they're a cunt. It's not fair. It's totally not fair. But I get it, and I respect the fact that I shouldn't be telling Delilah things like, well, why don't you just tell him, blah, 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 blah. Without respecting the fact that, because she's a chick, she's subject to different societal norms,
This is for Planet Lave.
Planet Lave. You got this.
Queen of Cups.
I mean, if you think Jeff Shaw has good intuition, space between, you have no idea what good intuition looks like. What he has is a tendency to make enigmatic statements that don't mean anything and position himself as somebody with greater knowledge than me. If you were fooled by that, well, that's a good reason to hate FE. Because that's fake. His shit's totally fake. Queen of Cups. That means that you are going to have an emotional wealth of wonder wealth for you. But for sure, you are cool and a logic lord. Live in that world and pretend we have nothing to offer. I don't pretend you have nothing to offer. It's not that I think you have nothing to offer as an INTJ, or that Jeff Shaw has nothing to offer. I've asked Jeff Shaw on many occasions, hey, you seem so intent on teaching me something. Teach me something. Explain to me something. And it's just nothing but enigmatic NI bullshit. I love NI knowledge. But remember, you can only do so much with holistic truth. To the extent that it's unparsable, that's fine. But then you acknowledge that's the limits of it. If you're trying to claim that your vagaries represent something that I can learn from and do things with, when they're especially egregiously vague, enigmatic nonsense, then I'm just going to call bullshit on you, right? Yeah. So anybody who thinks Jeff Shaw is wise has, in fact, been faked out. There's nothing wise in the man whatsoever. He's never said anything wise at all that I can point to. All he's done is try to convey to me that he's wiser than I am. It may be the case that he's wiser than I am, but to establish that, he'd need to actually say something wise. Not just gesture at this notion that he's wiser, right?
It's an Enfj problem.
If you have low self-esteem or self-esteem issues, you don't have this problem because you're not trying to establish your own validity by convincing everybody else that you're the wise man on the mount or something. And I'm also not doing that. I'm not claiming to be the wise man on the mount. I'm not claiming to always be correct. I'm claiming that I'm engaged reliably in the processes of being correct. And that's the best anybody can do. I mean, what in the world do you think I'm doing, Space Between? I'm handing you all this truth for absolutely nothing. You're not even a member of my channel. And yet here I am, spoon feeding it to you. Sure, it's a massive spoon and I'm shoving it down your throat with force, but that's just how I feed people.
So one thing about INTJs, well, this is socionics and it's not Bible, you can't but ENTPs and INTJs are extinguishing types. So it's very easy for extinguishing types to see the other's ideas as something that is not. There's something wrong.
I like INTJs in general, real INTJs. I don't know if you're actually an INTJ or not, Space Between. The amount of language you're spilling out here suggests otherwise. You have a very trial and error approach to engaging me here, which is not typically what I would expect from an INTJ, but I've learned long ago I cannot type people from the chat, so I'll just take it on your word that you are one. I mean, money is necessary, and I care enough. I care about it when I don't have it, Like, the other day, we were really tapped out, and I was on the phone with actually I was in a meeting with Chloe, and just ranting to her about how stupid this was that I'm working with you without a clearly defined purpose. Because Jeffrey's mom thinks, well, I can get Eric to teach Chloe writing, even though he says it's impossible. And I do make a little bit of money from the channel, but not much. I mean, like last month, this YouTube channel paid me $200. And a majority of my efforts this month have been in Mindy's Club, which doesn't pay me anything because I only have 500 subs. And which, even if I had 1,000 subs and monetized it, still wouldn't pay me anything because shorts aren't monetizable. So, there you go, Space Between. Well, that's a good way to shut me up.
Welcome to the group.
I remember one guy, one time, wanted to shut me up so badly that he gave me $500 as a super chat. Remember that guy?
Yeah.
You know, money does talk and bullshit walks, right? Okay, you want to give me $500 in super chat? Okay, you're right. I don't care. You can be right tonight. You can be right all night long. What was that guy's name? Fomal Hot? Fomal Hot?
Oh, Fomal Hot. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he gave me $500 one time as a super chat. Basically, because he just wanted to shut my ass up. And it worked. So, you know, I'm not completely immune to the realities of money. I can be shocked into silence too if you give me enough money. That happened one time. Keep in mind, this is not a regular occurrence. 99% of the live streams I have, the only person who ever super chats me is Ruben, and he super chats me like $2 or whatever. I think it was Fomal Hot, yeah. I don't know. Janorth Trash. I'm not sure why. I don't know if there's really an answer to that why. I would say that it's important to there's no way a video with 100,000 views pays $30,000. That's insane. I got 100,000 views last month on Mindy's Club. It didn't pay me a goddamn cent. I got 60,000 views last month, or 70,000 on Talking with Famous People. It paid me $200. You vastly inflated the amount of money people get paid by YouTube. The reason I can make money off YouTube at all is because I'm not really making money off YouTube. I've established myself as the best typologist, and even so, I'm not usually the first person people hire to type them. I make money because I do genuine work for somebody for an hour, and they pay me much less than I'm worth. But, it's like people pay what they can afford to pay. If I wanted to charge what I think I'm worth, I'm not really going to get many clients because not a lot of people want to pay a couple $100 for an hour session, I think I'm worth that. I'm definitely the best typologist. I'm the only one who has stacks of empirics backing up what he's saying. And I'm not even an empirics fetishist, Is it the fact that something programmed by an INTJ sends you an alert when $6 and you get excited, or is it that you are blind to your own ego making INTJ's pockets full? I mean, I guess you don't get that I'm not evaluating things on that metric. It's necessarily the case that people who are good at making money and concretizing value from things are going to be good at getting money from concretizing value at things. I'm not good at that. I don't care. It's like, you remind me a little bit of Entp Club, who was an ESFP, who kept insisting that I wanted him on my channel because it would get me more views. I don't give a fuck. I didn't like the guy. I found him annoying. So I don't care if it is going to help my channel. I don't want to deal with him. Like I said, I'm a baby, right? I acknowledge that I'm a baby from FI levels. I mean, space between, I have excellent relationships with real INTJs. I suspect you're not one, or you wouldn't be saying so many words with so little effect. And being so consistently wrong in what you're saying, Makes me seriously doubt that you're an INTJ. But, like I said, I can't type people from chat. I think that if you have that much problem with ENTPs, you're almost certainly not an INTJ, or you've encountered some shitty ENTPs. There are no doubt that there are amoral, wicked ENTPs out there who don't prioritize truth adequately, who use their operational TI, which means it's not really an absolute value, to be dishonest. But that's not me. Part of which I credit to being raised by an ESTJ dad. While ESTJs sometimes piss me off with their lack of NI, that TI absolute value fifth slot made it such that lying was a horrible crime in my house, and dishonesty was, and there was. Well, you're just bouncing back and forth, left and right, space between. That's not going to get you anywhere. Well, you're figuring out where my levers are? Well, that sounds like the awful fakeness of FE, space between. I thought you were opposed to that. That's the good thing you can count on an ESTJ parent for. They will not tolerate lying, and they will not tolerate dishonesty. And my dad, pounded that into me in no uncertain terms. So I am consistently extremely honest. I almost never lie, and I almost never misrepresent things. I try to include the aspects of things that don't make me look good as well as things that make me look good. I try to be honest about everything all the time. Space between, do you not know anything about me at all? What makes you think I'm looking at facial expressions in a 30-minute video and determining type? I already explained to you that in type police videos, that's for entertainment only, and I'm not typing them. Okay? That when I type somebody, I have an hour-long interview in which I ask them questions, push on various skills that link concretely and empirically to cognitive functions, and give them a very well-reasoned explanation as to why they're given type without ever referencing any vaultology shit. If you knew anything at all about me, you would understand that what you just said at 7:13, at 7:12, makes you look like a complete moron. Anybody who knows anything about how I do shit will say, oh God, what a hater this guy is. Type police is, not my typing sessions. Note, I've got over 100 published typing sessions in the typing session playlist, each of which is at least an hour long and will show you my actual process of typing people, each of which represents an additional instance in the empirics pile, and that both refines my linkages and confirms them. So the fact that when I type people, it's a typing session, and when I do a type police video, it's for entertainment purposes, has been clearly delineated. If you don't think that difference is worth delineating, or you don't think the distinction is real, then you're just being a hater or really dumb. That's just how it is. I'm way, way more public and open to critique about my typing process than anybody else on the internet by a wide margin. I publish every typing session that anybody lets me publish, whether it makes me look good or bad. Usually, when somebody wants to come back and be retyped, I conclude the same thing I concluded the first time. Occasionally, like this lady who came in last night, I ended that convinced, okay, you know what, there's a decent chance I did get you wrong, that you are, in fact, an INFP, not an ISTJ. Now, note, that mistyping is itself indicative that I'm doing something right. Because, number one, I don't assume that just because I've done my process, I'm 100% guaranteed to get you right. I'm fallible, and the tests are not... You can only be so rock solid about certain things and certain limited claims, and that process of elimination only allows you to be clear up to a point with certain kinds of types. So I don't have a definitive test to distinguish between ISTJ and INFP. The best thing I can do is test the NE and see if it's tool versus fourth. That's usually pretty reliable. But if you get a shy INFP who's not voicing a lot of NE, and I've got a lot of tests to go through in the hour, I might miss it. I might get it wrong. That's one of the big ways I'm the best typologist, is because I am subject to critique and correction, and I openly put all the typing sessions out there that I'm allowed to by the clients so that everybody can evaluate them independently as objective pieces of data. You're fixated on the fact that I type police somebody and they got butthurt by it, and you're on their side for some reason. But, just continuing to hammer that point without acknowledging that I've already addressed it just makes you look stupid. I don't care if you are either, space between. I'm not saying you aren't. I'm saying you look stupid when you ignore what I say, repeat what you say as though it hasn't already been answered. You look dumb. I mean, can you have a conversation with me? Yes. Is the only way you can have a conversation with me dishonestly? In other words, you're not trying to actually engage me intellectually, you're just trying to push my buttons? Well, then you're just a scumbag. Is that what you want? Yeah, of course. You can get me to respond to your stupid ass shit if you put it in front of me and it's interestingly stupid. But that's not a good thing. That's not something to be proud of. I mean, you're just saying I'm fundamentally dishonest in my engagement with people. It's funny coming from you who claims that FE is fake, No, I've never evaluated anyone as being an INFP through text. In fact, I've explicitly said here multiple times, I can't type people from the chat or from text only. I only type people with face-to-face conversation. Are you stupid or what? Have you not heard what I've said? Or are you just, at this point, giving up any facade of intellect and you're just here to annoy me? In which case, fuck off. You're just a scumbag. I didn't notice any link you linked. Well, yeah, I know. Obviously, I do a lot of different kinds of videos. Some of them humorous, some of them for entertainment purposes, some of them work that I'm paid for, like typology videos, like the typing sessions. Some of them typological explications. An actual INTJ says my best video is one called 8 Pillars of Defensible Typology. Maybe you should watch that one. Okay, well then, watch some things. Before you come in and display your complete absence of understanding of what I do some research of your own. Watch some videos. Watch some typing sessions. It's clear you've not watched any typing sessions because you keep insisting that I type people in ways I don't type people. Okay, well, I mean, the thing is, I am an Entp, which means I do a lot of stuff that doesn't have a lot of impact. And some of the things I do have a lot of impact. The worst of my videos are the ones where I'm trying to, and from a consumer's perspective, are the ones where I'm trying to talk through an idea that I don't quite fully understand yet. It lacks concision, it lacks an NI pop to it, and so forth. But it's part of my process, and that's okay. Well, yeah, that's my most NI poppy summation of typology. That's true. It's like somebody was telling me one time, oh, you should write more songs like Cloudy Day in Los Angeles because that's your best song. Well, yeah, I mean, it probably is my best song, but you're kind of ignoring the fact that the reason the other songs aren't as good isn't because I was trying to make them worse. I'm always trying to do the best I can. It's just I'm hit and miss. I'm trial and error, you know? That's what you get when you get an extroverted intuitor like me. If you go back a ways in my typology videos, you'll see nothing but half correctness and partial wrongness and stuff because I hadn't worked through excising all the wrong bits. I'm not an NI knower. I'm an NE knower or an NE creator. And that means it's usually the case that before I get something right, I have to get it wrong every possible way first. That's why it takes such a long time for me to become intellectually ready to handle all of this shit, you know? Well, I mean, we have hours and hours of freewheeling conversation like this. This has been jam-packed with correct NI moments that have been prompted in large part by your wrongness. My correcting you consistently has been spot on point. Now, it's true that there are other bits of conversation going on in between, but it's a live stream. What do you expect it to be? You don't go to a Metallica concert and tell those fucks to turn it down, right? Except let things be what they are. This is one of my core messages to the world. Let things be what they are. Stop trying to force things to be things they aren't. It's not a lack of respect. There's nothing I respect more than NI, which is why I started this by kind of ranting a lot about Mindy's Club. Mindy's Club is full of nothing but NI pop. Now, not everything's a hit, but nothing is lacking in concision because everything's shorter than 15 seconds. And it's where my heart is because I love and respect NI more than anything. My favorite song to play of mine that I've written is Wonderful, Wonderful Kitty, okay? Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times, always cleaning yourself, making sure you've got clean lines. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, such a fabulous soft friend. And now it's wonderful kitty petting time again. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time. Ooh, wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. A wonderful kitty is a fabulousness I've never encountered before. And now I want to pet my kitty some more. Now that's a particularly beautifully brilliant NI song. It's so pure because it's NIFI. It's motivated by the fact that I really love my kitty. And it's all about how much I love my kitty. And the tune is perfect for loving my kitty. It's a great NI song. You might say it's too jingly or something. I don't care. I love that song. As soon as I one day started making, I was making videos where I'd sing to the cat for shorts for TWFP for a while. And usually I'd take an existing song and change the words to be kitty related songs. But in that particular instance, I just made up something on the fly. It was just the beginning of it. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. And that was it, right? But I could not get it out of my head. It was the most earwormy thing I'd ever come up with, it seemed like. I could not stop singing it.
Yeah.
So eventually I had to render it out into its whole song. And the thing is, that song was discovered, right? It was not created. The rest of the song existed prior to me finding it, in some sense. I know that makes no sense. It's illogical to say that something can be existent before it's observed. But that's why you might call NI pre-creational. NI is a kind of knowledge that makes you feel as though the things you create are discovered when they're true. And when I use true there, I mean aesthetically true, not linguistically true. I would love to smoke a bong rip, but I don't actually have any weed. Well, maybe I could finish Rachel's bong rip.
Yeah, if you'd like to. Go
You've
ahead.
left it there for such a long time.
I know.
I've been resisting smoking it.
Oh, I'm sorry it's been tempting you.
It's fine. I'm trying to respect the fact that you're just leaving it there for someday you're going to... Rubinar, you are the smartest user of $2 that I've ever encountered, because every time, just about, you spend $2, you in fact achieve the result of me talking about the fact that you, once again, in the gracious glory of the Enfj, have donated $2 to me. I appreciate it, and it's one of those things where it's real, it's money. It's also kind of a gesture, but gestures count, and I appreciate it a lot. You have my thank yous and my admiration. I was actually thinking about getting more whippets today, but I mean, getting more weed today, but Rachel suggested we get whippets before I said my plan to maybe get more weed.
Oh.
And so, thing is, I hate saying no to Rachel because she asked for so little. No, baby, because you ask for so little. When you do want something and you're clear about what you want with your FI6, that's a big deal. And I want you to get what you want, you know?
Thank you, I appreciate
Well,
that.
then you do your job, I'll do mine, space between. Okay, so you get the truth from me, and then you dumb it down for everybody else, and you benefit from it. I have no problem with that. I'm not trying to claim all the benefits from my truth. I'm not somebody who's like, it's like, when I started making Type Police, after I took a big hiatus for a while, other people tried to make Type Police videos. All of a sudden, they were Type Police, right? I don't give a fuck. I don't own the concept of telling people they're the wrong type. Why do you care if I respect it? Well, I mean, I don't think about it in those terms. For me to respect what you're doing, I'd have to see it and evaluate it, right? You can't just inform me that you're doing this and expect me to respect it. I'm an SI person. I need to experience it myself, right? Do I see the benefits of TE? Of course. I'm TE critical parent. I'm the guy who's always telling the people on Naked and Afraid that they're doing shit wrong. Don't put your camp there. It's too close to the river. You're gonna get a flash flood, and then you have to move your camp up the hill. Just start up higher up the hill.
Mm-hmm. We learned that from Naked and Afraid episodes.
When I watch other people TE, I'm full of criticism. When I go through McDonald's and we get our 4 McDoubles, and I have to order it in a certain way because the McDonald's did a poor job of TEing so that the person who works at the counter can't just put in 4 McDoubles, all no pickles. They have to go, McDouble, remove pickles. McDouble, remove pickles. McDouble, remove pickles. McDouble, remove pickles. And I rant and rave about how their TE is so shitty. I expect good TE from the world. I just don't like to do it myself.
I'm surprised about that from McDonald's too, because they seem to be so efficient in other ways. At least they try to be.
Well, I guess that's why it offends me, because McDonald's is basically perfect in their TE.
Yeah, they are.
Except for that one thing that happens to impact me.
I smoke weed. I just I cough a lot when I smoke it, so sometimes I take breaks.
She coughs a lot. She coughed a lot from smoking weed even before she got COVID.
Yeah.
Once we both got COVID,
Oh yeah.
she basically stopped smoking weed because she couldn't even pull a bong rip without hacking up her lungs so much that she puked. So, pretty soon, top of the month here, coming up, we'll probably get a another bag of mushrooms. So, what that means is you can anticipate streams coming up that are not at all like this stream. In this stream, I'm engaging continually with everybody, right? Also note that SE is actually responsible for valuing money, not TE. TE it can be utilized to make money, but that valuing money in and of itself is valuing impacts. So if you one of the problems I had with an ISFJ girlfriend is her absolute value is SE. She had the perspective that nothing I did had any value unless it translated into money. TE people are good at figuring out how to get from value monetized poorly into value that gets you more money. So one thing that I could do is there's a company who basically what they sell is we'll do the TESE part for you, and you can enjoy more SE benefits if you pay us. Which is to say, there's company that's confirmed by YouTube as legit. So YouTube, if you want to be a company that sells something to YouTubers who are creators to make their job easier or more profitable or something, it's only ever a good idea if you're ever going to employ any of those things to do ones that have been YouTube approved. Because if they haven't been YouTube approved, YouTube's policies are likely to shift in a way that make whatever it is they're doing that's probably shady not work anymore. So there is this one company that says basically, we'll take whatever you do and we'll put it on everything. TikTok, Instagram, yeah. I fill out these things because I'm with Mindy's Club, and this is something else that is really interesting and worth noting. Mindy's Club got invited to the Shorts Partner Manager Program, which is like the N group, right? With 300 subs. I was shocked. But I'm like, okay, are you really inviting me to this? You know how many subs I have, right? And they really were inviting me. In fact, I got to go to a fancy YouTube party even. So, as Mindy's Club, talking with famous people, I've been here for a solid 8 years.
I cannot believe it.
Or 10 years even.
Wow.
Well, more like 9 years, okay? 9 years of regular content production in this channel. I've got almost 7,000 videos, and I don't even have 7,000 subs. Now, with the Shorts channel, I've got 800 videos and 500 subs, but each of the videos is less than 15 seconds long. So, it's 4, and most of them aren't a full 15 seconds. A lot of them are 4 seconds, 6 seconds.
It's kind of difficult to see what's going to hit, too.
I'm not a rebel against the system. I'm the salvation of the system. I'm the system's strongest advocate. You need to listen to me before you say things. Like, if you're gonna come in here with all this bullshit, do your research first. You keep attributing to me shit that is the exact opposite of me. So, for example, are you aware of my position on Roe v. Wade? My position on abortion rights and the abortion question is it's correctly handled by giving the state's jurisdiction of it because it's an unresolved matter in dispute that's starkly in dispute with the country split square in half of it. The states are designed to be the laboratories of democracy or the incubators of democracy, and of course there's nothing that is actually in the Constitution that suggests federal government should have authority over that or jurisdiction over that at all, and the federal government is one of enumerated powers, and therefore it doesn't make sense for them to be taking on things that are not expressly permitted as powers by the Constitution. That's what it means to enumerate powers rather than a rights kind of approach. The government doesn't have rights, it has powers, right? So the thing is, the Supreme Court could have made it legitimately a federal jurisdiction matter had they ruled in Roe v. Wade that women had a constitutionally protected right to abortion as one of the unnamed 10th Amendment rights. But they didn't take that approach. They used the wrong process. They said, we're going to create something that doesn't exist called the right to privacy that can't possibly exist without being in direct contradiction to every understanding of right we have. And we're going to predicate our abortion rights decision on that bad warrant that doesn't withstand scrutiny. So, as a consequence, there are two correct courses of action possible here. One, that it be left to the states, which is probably the best course of action, because since the country is starkly divided on, and it doesn't matter which side of it you're on, you have to admit that it is a matter in full dispute, okay? That additionally, in my mind, you've got a clusterfuck of tangled, self-contradictory, or contradictory with other arguments in your block, sets of bullshit being thrown from all directions. It's a mess, okay? It's not like something like gay marriage, which the correct political decision is to say we must afford each citizen the equal opportunities to take advantage of the legally protected rights associated with being a married couple, or the legally protected the legal entitlements afforded by the government to people who are married. To deny that to citizens because of their sexual orientation is fundamentally a violation of due process and equal protection under the law. So, of course, that matter is not in dispute at all, right? So we can determine whether matters are correctly in dispute or not. There may be people arguing against gay marriage, but there is a single definitive argument on the matter that is absolute legally. Forget about the fucking philosophy aspect of it. Legally, it's definitive, okay? So that matter should not be in dispute. The federal government should have no possible argument to try to say that they should treat some citizens differently regarding that a matter that is imposed by the government as an obligation via taxation and stuff, and also additionally affords privileges like visiting your person in the hospital as a relative rather than just as nobody. And the various associated rights accordingly, right? So the correct response to both of these questions is in the process. Here you are saying that right here that, let me find it here. It doesn't matter how small or meaningless or important the privilege is. What matters is equal protection under the law. For fuck's sake, you have to protect the integrity of the process. That's what it means to be a citizen in a civil society. These Klonopins are working great.
Yeah?
I mean, the point is, I'm still Eric. It doesn't matter if I'm on benzos or not. Right?
Yeah, really. I'm like, I would be out already. I'd be in bed.
So, When you say to me, I thought Entps are rebels against the system. If a YouTube company reaches out, they will move you to short clips to compete against TikTok. They don't need to move me to short clips. My passion right now is Mindy's Club for a good reason. It forcibly constrains me to NI. It doesn't let my NE get out of hand. It trains me so much to recognize that a 6-second video can be fantastic. It can be way too long at 6.5 seconds. You know, that's NI. That's the crazy thing about NI. Is it's like an extra tenth of a second here, the pause is too long.
It's so true.
2/10 too few, the pause is too short. Mm-hmm. And it's all got to be perfect. A perfect 6 or 9 seconds is the most satisfying experience of my life making things. Is making Mindy's Club. I didn't even realize how important it was until right now. It's the thing is, I trust my NI when it's forced on me. I know with NI clarity that I'm right. That I can watch those Mindy's Club videos and I can rank them on a scale of 1 to 10, and I will be right about all my rankings if I watch them enough times. You know, I'm an SI person. I got to watch sometimes multiple times. Some of them are fucking fantastic. Some of them are kind of meh. Some of them are stinkers. But the point is, as a body of work, I would challenge anybody else to generate that many good jokes in the amount of videos there are.
Oh my gosh, so funny.
Yeah.
So.
If you're paying attention, it should impress you.
It's so jolly too. There's just some. I don't. It's like, how can you dislike Mindy's Club? Like, it's just, to me, it's so full of joy.
And note, I do not say this about anything else I do. I don't think my music should impress you. I don't think my being correct about typology should impress you. It's just the grind of doing the right process of being right over time while actually working with people and typing them over and over again. You know, that's what's inevitably going to happen. It's taken me many years to be right about it. There's no strong intuition here or fast thinking or anything. If you look at how much time I put into it and how many people I've typed, you might say, dear Lord, it took you a long time to be right about it. I don't think you should be impressed by that. I'm not the genius there. Jung's the genius there. I'm the shitty person who comes later and hammers out the details. And the only reason I did that is because it turned out that what he presented as a side note really to his larger bullshit about a collective unconscious is the meta frame and explains everything. So it's like, just shut the fuck up. That's the bottom line about this space between... You listen to that last little rant of whatever I just said, all that stuff, and just bow fucking down. I mean, maybe Postmodern Paul, maybe it's cringy if a starkly delivered, certain, confident, but you might call arrogant, but not unjustified declaration of the truth is cringy to you, then you're going to have problems. If you find it poorly advised from FE grounds, I respect that. I agree with it probably. But at some point, a man, a leader, a truth speaker has to put their foot down, right? And say, no, you fucking tard. Shut the fuck up. Right? Doesn't that make sense? It seems fair. It seems fair when you put as much energy into being right as I have, and when a tard like you comes around and just kind of trolls, that at some point you're going to piss me off, and I'm going to put you in your place. That's fine, Oliver Linehan. You know, it's like, what I'm saying about Mendy's Club is, if nothing else, one has to acknowledge that it forces me into more NI than anything else I have ever done. Because the amount of time afforded, the concept has to be a single concept thing. And what I'm saying, my basic claim is, unlike everything else I do, I'm actually proud of it. I mean, you're still talking? You got more complete bullshit to say a space between?
I think the music is good too, honestly. I'm even are.
I like it, but we listen to so much good music. We listen to like the very best music. That's what I'm comparing my own music against. At best it can be is sometimes get close, you know? So I try to just compare my songs against each other.
I want to go outside and sing Wonderful, Wonderful Kitty to Capillo, but I don't know where she is.
Let's grab the guitar. Let's play a song or two. I'm tired of listening to this fucking guitar.
Kings of Leon. Dave Matthews fan.
It's like, I guess the advantage of a troll is, occasionally, is that it elicits a certain kind of performance from me, you know? And there's a lot of good things. Yeah, well, Miss Terry, I can't do that, though. I used to do that, you know? It's been, that too has been a big process for me, is growing from initially overestimating my value to being realistic about it to probably underestimating it. But I mean, I trust the market so much when it comes to music. If it's really that good, people want it. People will want to listen to it, you know? I trust the market more than anything. If it's not good enough for a lot of people to want to listen to it, then it's not good enough. Nothing else to say about it. I'm not saying about Mendy's Club. Note the distinction there as well. I'm being elitist about Mendy's Club. I'm saying, if you don't like it, you've got bad taste. If you don't respect what's being done there, you're not able to respect the generation of a lot of good material, in a lot of good little chunks, in my opinion. I mean, look, obviously the market may continue to disagree with me indefinitely. And that's a reality I've got to face because, you know, it's like BoJack Horseman isn't as popular as BTS.
Yeah. It should be.
So.
It should be. BoJack Horseman should be more popular than a lot of cartoons out there, or whatever popular things.
It's more like a grand mini-series than it is a cartoon like, say, Bob's Burgers or something,
Yeah.
you know? Let's play Cloudy Day.
Okay.
It's a very
cloudy day.
Let's start over. Very cloudy day. Wait, am I playing in the wrong place? No wonder. I'm playing it all wrong. Yeah, it's a very cloudy day
in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Someone buy us some more time. Cloudy day in Los Angeles.
Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I got something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night, and mostly voices say to give in. They'll try to sap your will to fight. But whether I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten, noise is sort of based on what I see here and also on what I avoid.
It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we hope for more time. Troubles past, struggles still to come. Day is nearly done. Someone buy us some more time.
Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Something to say. Well, I mean, I think TE deserves a lot of respect. TE primarily is used in the world to eliminate the need for other people to use TE. So every time you have any kind of system set up to engage in any kind of economic activity, TE is a way of standardizing that process so that people are interchangeable, or replaceable, and by other people, so that otherwise you've got a craftsman, which is different. TE is what makes it easy for us to go through McDonald's. TE is what makes it easy for us to get places, and or hard if it's done poorly. TE is underlying everything that's important in the mechanics of how society runs. The problem is it's not appropriately placed in deciding how society runs. It's appropriately placed in implementing those decisions. Unfortunately, it's taken over the process of decision making as well as the process of implementation. Will you shut up? I'm about ready to fucking ban your ass. Member or not. You're just such a troll. He's just probably Jeff Shaw.
Call and the chat just is like not mixed.
No, that's exactly that. It deserves all that credit. It's just, remember, it's extremely dangerous when you let it into the decision-making process. That's the problem. A lot of times we have to include TE people in the decision-making process because they can tell you whether or not it's actually feasible to do the thing, right? And how it might be done. But there's an order to questions that TE ignores. The order to questions is permissibility first, advisability second, and advisability then needs to be subject to an impact calculus, and that needs to include unintended impacts and potentialities therefrom. TE ignores that we default to the neg. It assumes that if there's a problem, we're going to solve it is the logical thing to do. Whereas that's only the case if the problem in both has it. It's the reason TE ignores it is it's ignoring the advocacy part, right? We only should make decisions as a public body that impact everybody when somebody has an advocacy of what we should do, and to successfully affirm that advocacy, you need to have inherency, which is to say that there needs to be a problem stated in the status quo that won't fix itself. You need to have solvency, which means what you're going to do is going to solve the problem, or at least make it better. You need to have significance, which is to say it needs to solve it significantly enough to make it a good choice for the action that we take. If it's an insignificant solution, just a gesture as a solution, then we should not do it. Okay? So it has to have significance to be a stock issue. It needs to have harms articulated, which is the disadvantages of your plan need to be articulated and addressed in your advocacy successfully before you can say that it's something we should affirm. And then lastly, there's topicality, which really isn't a issue in the real world. It's kind of just in competition debate, but basically says your advocacy should solve the problem articulated in your inherency block. So the thing is, in the decision-making process, that advocacy process, which defaults to the negation, needs to be afforded primacy. And the order of questions needs to be respected by everybody, namely permissibility before advisability. In the implementation process, there needs to be some kind of TI oversight, because even while the general concept of a thing might be permissible, the actual practical implications of the implementation of the thing might be impermissible. So you've got to factor that in as well. And that's my explanation of public policy to the multiple Jeff Shaws present. Alright, next song we're going to play is Gregory in Disguise. Here's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's
Gregory in disguise. He hates lies, wants to confront the man, always telling them. But every time he tries, he always ruins you.
He denied the chance to yell at him. Now he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them. The end. I don't feel like playing the bridge. I didn't feel like playing the bridge. That's something I don't normally say. Something abnormal occurred today. Isn't it weird how it seems like Klonopin gives me energy for a while?
I'm so surprised.
Eventually it hits me full blast and I get super tired, but But I guess I feel naturally energetic today or something. even though I'm
Oh,
feeling
so
kind of
then-
COVID-y. I mean, I feel kind of a combination of both. Like, naturally energetic-y because I'm just this fucking thing. Will you not do that, you think? Horrible, horrible spam thing. Horrible, horrible spam thing. Okay, now we're gonna play a wonderful, wonderful kitty. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you've got clean lines. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, such a fabulous off friend. And now it's wonderful kitty petting time again. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you've got clean lines. But your wonderful kitty is a fabulousness I've never encountered before. And I know that I want to pet my kitty some more. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time, hooray! That's a good song.
It is such a good song.
It's a happy song. It's a happy song that makes me feel the love of Kitty. I agree with what you say there. You don't need to backpedal on that, Miss Trey. No, they're not equal. They're all good at what they were made for. That's perfectly fine. You don't need to backpedal on that at all. Let me just tell you that right now. I agree with that 100%. The types are not all equal. They're all the best at what they're the best at and the worst at what they're the worst at. You know, that's how it is. Entps are not the same as ESFPs.
No.
We are different in many ways. For example, who eats those lays? What do you want to talk about, Jeff Shaw? Let's find out what Jeff Shaw wants to talk about tonight. I wonder if he's here to make love or to fight. Go ahead, Jeff Shaw, and tell us what you want to say. I'm typing things so there's less of what that spam on your screen. I appreciate that, plan it late, that's quite cool of you. I dislike seeing it too. So you and I have the same vision regarding that matter. Let's talk about you, okay? You want to talk about me, what you want me to say? I'm 6 foot 2, my name is Eric, and I live next door to other people who are able to move in. I go and climb up the tree and look into each of their backyards. And here's the chain that goes with this. Oh yeah, you know, it's like a fish in the ocean, flopping around on the deck of a boat that's run aground. Oh yeah. Talking about me, my name is Eric. Talking about me, name is Eric. I'm talking about me. I'm 51 years old, going on 3. I'm a big baby and a big man with a beard. Baby pig poop face is my name. It doesn't rhyme with beard, and that's a little weird, but okay. What else would you like to know about me, Jeff Shaw? You wanna know what it feels like to be Entp? Well, it's a mixture of, I don't know, fun and hating yourself. Sometimes defending yourself, maybe a little more vociferously than you'd like. On occasion, finding oneself getting dragged by trolls and divides. But overall, it's a pretty good time, I suppose. Rachel and I both periodically go through those periods where things are boring and you're like, what we're gonna do? I love you too, and we will be together forever. What will I deflect, oh Jeff Shaw? I'm willing to engage what you say. Don't assume I'll just deflect what you say away. All you got to do is say something that is meaningful. Actually omnipresent cog functions and how they present. I don't know what you mean.
I don't know what that means either.
Omnipresent cog functions. Well, I guess what you'd say is you start with the knowledge function. That one's pretty clear. There's a big difference between SI people and NI people. SI people build off their particularist knowledge of stuff that they remember and have learned and directed their attention to learning a lot of times. NI people don't need to reference their own experience so much because their frame of reference is external. They're in the now. When they're not, they're in their head about something, not about their memories or their past or whatever. So that's a good place to start. That's pretty easy to demonstrate too. And there's a lot of empirics on it. Did I deflect? Or did I not deflect? Is that what you were asking about? Let's go on an island vacation. Tropical storms. Come with me on a tropical vacation to enjoy the palms, the palm trees swaying in the tropical breezes. Bring out hula girl, ooh la la la, singing leaky leaky lucky plucky bleaky. Dancing and twirl. Oh, tropical breezes. Bring your tropical smiles.
little bit, it will smell like tropical boots. Will smell a lot better than regular boots. So if you don't like the smell of regular boots, don't presume you're gonna dislike the smell of tropical boots. They smell totally different. Only one smells like papayas. But fortunately, that is regular boots.
Be right back.
That was funny.
Okay, I'm tired of you already. Don't you think that learning SI people fall short, not because intellectual level, of pure lack of conviction? Well, I mean, no, I don't think that the SI people have less conviction. I think they're insane in their conviction. Like, after the chicken got attacked by a dog, they came through a loose board in the fence from the neighbors. The neighbors got a new dog one day, abruptly out of nowhere. There's a loose board in the fence. The dog came through, got the chicken. We saved the chicken. Kimberly nursed that fucking chicken back from the edge of death. Like, literally carrying it around with her places all day, every day for weeks. Until suddenly one day it got up and it was better again. Anyway, she concluded that the gate needed to be closed to prevent dog attacks, even though the gate was not the access point of the dog attack. The dog attack had nothing to do with dogs from the street. It had to do with this one freak occurrence, and it made no sense. But she was absolutely convinced that we should keep the gate closed from that point forward to prevent dog attacks on the chickens. So it's not a lack of conviction, it's that they're wrong. It doesn't mean they're not convinced. They are convinced. But of course, it ultimately comes down to whether or not one prioritizes intuition over sensing and how that plays out. So it plays out very differently in INTPs and ENTPs than it does potentially in ISFJs and ISTJs or ESFJs or whatever. Well, this has been kind of an exciting stream. Yeah, it's like I always have mixed feelings about engaging with trolls. Part of my bad feelings are like, okay, so I've not engaged enough with the non-trolls. Being intuitive done is hell low key. We're so fucking weird and misunderstood. I don't know. I was into complaining earlier. I'm not sure if I'm still in the complaining mood. It requires a certain kind of enthusiasm for complaining to be properly in the complaining mood. I'm gonna play a cover song now. It's a fun cover song. we can all be convinced by our knowing. For example, some people might be sure of their claims that they just state them as if they are true, even if they didn't check first. Not necessarily. Probably pretty soon. They're not superior. We're just, everybody's good at different things, you know? Shroom streams are also, they're always a mixed emotion thing. Like a troll stream like this, which kind of gets taken over by the troll. Although he did become a member. So, you know. Okay, fine. Whatever. It's like I feel afterwards like I ignored everybody else too much, and that it got a little like ranty. I don't know if I really want to watch it or not, but it's like, ugh. There aren't really that many member perks. But you do get the little extra doodads to play with in the chat here. You might call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking can, but it won't do an ant's good to call me names. My name isn't Willie Woodrow. I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no diploma, 'cause I ain't got much to lose and lost to gain. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I might call me a handout, living don't want any part of anything they give, and I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Blue eyed baby, I'm ready. I gotta work just to be somebody. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Blue eyed baby, I'm ready. I got to work just to be somebody. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm pretty good. Pretty good. You don't know what the word convinced means, Jeff Shaw. My dad is incredibly convinced of incredibly stupid things sometimes. You clearly don't know what the word convinced and conviction mean. People are convinced of wrong things all the time. Right? Think about it. It's not rocket science. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to margarine tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what's it called, Christmas. And they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work I left rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. And now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing fact list to this list, so how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly here now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. But Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he had trapped time in the underview. Too much to rebut, so where now and what? Too much time spent nitpicking the skew with you. Gerald has a thought, Gerald has a lot, Gerald has a plot to get the margarine tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business, thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald has a thought. You know, Gerald does an excellent job of keeping his thoughts apart from one another. Actually, it's a good question, New Groove. You know, otherwise they get catty. Let's see. What else do I know how to play? Tater thoughts. That'd be a good restaurant to open at the food court.
That would be.
You just hire hot young ladies to dress up as tater tots. It'd be the hot dog on a stick. The hot dog on a stick of tater tots.
Oh my gosh.
I really like that business idea
I
of
wanna
yours,
have-
Astafasta.
Mindy and Tiffany be the ones to bring people in.
Ooh.
Hi,
Tiffany wouldn't put on a
You over
uniform,
there.
though.
you come try. I can't do her.
Yeah, well, I got over here right now.
Yeah.
We have tater tots. Yeah, that's true, Miss Terry. You make a good point. Make a good and valid point. Tater thoughts would be a good cartoon as well. I like the picture of taters dressed up like that. Okay, I agree with you. And they would go to parties and have horrible conversations with people, and then, you know, each episode would end with like them about to have sex, but then somebody passes out. Just to continually delay them actually getting laid. Sometimes it's the guys, sometimes it's them. Sometimes they puke on them. Something always prevents them from actually having sex, and they're getting very frustrated because they're continually going to parties, trying to be thoughts, you know, THOTSs, and being successful in being thoughts in every way, except finding it impossible to have sex, just from a series of happenstance problems. For example, a lemon tree falling into the room and squirting lemon juice in their eyes.
Oh.
See what they can be stuffed with. Okay, Tate. Okay, Tatya. Those are the names of two girls, are Tate and Tatya. And tonight we're getting stuffed. Oh, yeah. They're the kind of ladies who used to be on the commercials for those hotlines. Call now. Hot girls are waiting. Call now. We're on a party line, and we're having so much fun. Why would you want to call that?
Why would you?
I don't know. he could be called protruded, not taught. And the primary difference between him and a female tater tot is that he has a protruding erect potato penis. This usually it will have to be blurred out. You have to be pixelated.
Okay. So that would make it okay for TV?
Yeah, I think so. Although if you constantly had it in every scene, it might be a little bit too much.
Yeah, it might be.
He could just be the taut cylinder form. You know.
Yes.
It could be vaguely penis shaped.
That's vaguely.
If it's just like like a wiener or something, like a hot dog, you know.
Yeah.
You say the Dumb and Dumber is slapstick humor? Yeah. It's good slapstick humor. As slapstick humor goes, it's pretty good. Potatoes are for lovers. You know they have a potato corner at the mall.
Yeah. Tiffany showed it off.
They have whole corners about just the potatoes. Report. Spam. Spam-a-dam-a-ding-dong. Okay, well, I guess it's about time to wrap it up. We've had a nice time. We have Jeff Shaw. Can I tell you in a mature way why it is directive you despise? I mean, I don't, it's like you like to ask questions like that where the thing he's trying to say is, I perceive you as despising directive. How do you respond to that? But instead you try to ask it as a question like that, you know? Just put it like that. I perceive you as, or one could argue that you despise directive. I wish I would say, well, what exactly do you mean by directive? I don't despise direction. I'm feeling pretty motivated. I'm trying to answer it as best I can, Jeff Shaw. I'm not sure what you mean. You mean, why do I despise being told what to do? It's like, say things clearly and I won't have problems understanding you. Is that what you're asking me? Why do I despise being told what to do? I mean, does anybody like being told what to do? I don't mind being told what to do if I'm like on a job site and expecting to be told what to do. You know? I mean, I guess it's implicit to having considered all of the potential courses of action is that you know the other party is less informed than you are about what you should do, so why would they have more clarity about it? Now, that might be wrong. Like, and I could have more clarity about it nevertheless. But I guess that would be the mechanism of it. But look, you can't ask a question in a stupid way that's intentionally confusing and then say, just answer. Right? What you mean to say is there, why don't you like it when people tell you what to do? So just say that. Of course I haven't learned all I can. Did I learn something from that question? Yeah. I mean, I guess I made explicit that it's because I feel that But I mean, it's not really thought out. It's not really a justification. But regardless, did it elicit some new thoughts from me? Yeah, but so does everything. No, it's not pretty clear. I just gave you an example of what it sounded like it was clear. Why don't you like being told what to do? That's a clear question. Do you understand why your question is less clear than mine? You use the word directive. I have to work from your wrong diction choice to the correct term. So think about it. All right. You're boring. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
I love you all, even
Love
you,
you.
Jeff Shaw.
Yeah.
Despite all of your horribleness. You know, I love you too. All right, have a good evening, everybody.